You know, this song is really peaceful. I just realized that. Well, it's not a bad thing. I think some of the sci-fi adventure visual novel music is actually really beautiful. I remember listening to the Steins Gate Zero OST a lot. And then I stopped because I was worried about people getting spoiled, so I stopped listening to it. For the most part, I guess the music for this game isn't so bad. There is this one, lackadaisical track they keep looping, which I find kind of boring, but other than that, it seems okay. I'm not crazy about it, though. It's a little unfortunate. Well, I mean, it's not the end of the world. Here. Let's go ahead and retweet that. Okay, now that's done. Let's go ahead and go to Discord. Man, I never thought I'd be using so much Discord, but now I do, every single day. Did we pick cutest girl yet? I don't think we've been able to make a route choice. But if I had to make a choice, I would probably choose Seriko or Nono, based on what I know so far, which isn't much. Excuse me. Man, what time is it? 2 in the morning? Jeez, man, my sleep schedule's all kinds of fucked up.
お前は何の能力者だ?
Okay, well, I mean, that's a fair assumption, because we keep getting these very dangerous hallucinations every time we look at the 11th freaking image thingy, the sticker. What do you call it again? Roast shark? Roast shark image. There we go.
Huh?
Yeah, really early morning Chaos Child stream. I'm glad that some people really enjoy this kind of thing we've been going with lately. It's strange too, because I think for a game like this, reading it on your own is a big deal, actually.
さっき言ったろ。あの地下施設は今厳重に封鎖されている。ど素人がそんな簡単に入り込めるような場所じゃない。
それはたまたまですよ。なんか偶然とか重なってうまく入れただけです。
隠すな。お前はそれを能力でやってのけたんだ。
Okay, in all honesty, I still don't think it's me. The one who has the power to open doors. I legitimately think it's actually Serika.
だから違います。
監視モニターがいきなり起動したのだってそうだ。
Like, I'm extremely suspicious of her, despite how much I love her.
大体何を根拠にそんなことを。
地下施設にお前たちが潜入しているのを見つけたときにな。お前かそっちの彼か、どちらかが能力者じゃないかと疑った。
Okay, you or he. So which other person are you talking about? I mean, the only other male would be Ito. Yeah, but that's why. What about Serika?
俺もすか?
Actually, you said you knew who Serika was. In fact, you brought up her name.
ああ。だが、お前の方はその後、何の反応も示さなかったからな。
Right, therefore it could only be
除外した。
Because I'm the only one who's having these really awkward effects every single time you show those stickers.
反応
11番目のロールシャッハ画像を見た時の反応だよ。だが宮代拓郎、あの画像を見た時、お前は激しく動揺した。
Oh, I see. Well, when I possibly get to the true end, I'll do my very best to explain to you my thoughts. I'll probably stream it,
あ
most
んな
likely.
気色悪い絵ですよ。当たり前じゃないですか。
So you get my thoughts at the moment, but obviously, we're something that is just completing. It takes time to figure out the entire picture.
お前のはそういう反応とは全く違う。あの画像を見た時にどう感じた？思い出してみろ。
I'm at like, if I had to grade this game right now without finishing it, which would be incredibly wrong because the game is just picking up. It had all its set up and now it's finally getting a reward off it, right? But if I have to rate it right now, I'll give it like a 7 out of 10, which is okay. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. It's passing. But there's so much more to look forward to in the game, so I'm really curious how it uses everything that it's set up to give a reward.
じゃあ、身の潔白を証明するためにもう一度見てみるか？
That's pretty
あ
impressive.
の画像を。
That's wow, that's actually really impressive. Holy shit. Because I'm a big fan of FinestKO. Yeah, that is some high praise. It's like saying, you know, I don't think I have the equivalent of that.
嫌です。
Ah, I got it.
やめてください。
I do have an equivalent of that. So let's say I go to the movies on the 18th and I watch Heaven's Feel and I say Heaven's Feel is so good, I think it's better than the Cardinal Kyokai series. That's fucking huge for me, right? I would be very surprised if I said that.
いい加減にしてください。
You know, so the last science fiction story I read was Steins Gate Zero, and I didn't pay attention whatsoever to the themes. I just experienced it. I want to go back into that and see what it's about. For like Root Double, when I read that on my own, I was thinking about the themes to some degree. And for some reason, I could be incredibly wrong about this, but I feel like the science fiction stories I've been reading all have something to say about humanity. Oh yeah, okay, well, duh, but humanity, how to handle it, and also communication aspects. I don't know why. Why is that a thing?
一体何なんですか？特に超能力ってそんなアニメや漫画みたいな話真面目にしてどうかしてますよ。
Well, you know, for this is pretty obvious, I think, right? Because we're starting to figure out the entire picture. So, humanity. So, do we lump in the people with powers within that concept? In which case, cool. We're all together.
何？
おのえ。
タクは人が殺された場所とかでいっぱいあのシールを見てきてるんです。気持ちが悪くなるの当たり前じゃないですか？
Wow, that is actually an amazing defense. I could not have thought of that. How did you think about that? Oh, that was really fast, too. What do you think you're doing? Are you seriously talking about psychics? Like this is an anime or something? You're insane. What am I? And their relationship is interesting because it seems that Kunosato at least gives her some respect.
私だってラブホの時のことを思い出して吐いちゃいそうになることありますけど。 いや、お前は違う。
Yeah, and she knows that instantly, which is the shocker because I was being incredibly suspicious of her this entire time. But that's okay. I love Seruka. Why? Well, shit. You know how quickly she jumped to his defense? I was like, okay, well, there's one thing, jumping to someone's defense, right? Which is fine. That's amazing loyalty and friendship. But she did it so in such a way that it was a good defending argument. I was like, what the hell? How do you think of that? So she did what's called an appeal to the emotions, I believe. So where did she start with that? Enough with this. What do you think you're doing? Are you seriously... No, wrong. Tako's seen those stickers at places where people have been killed. Of course, they make him sick. So it's logical, and it talks about people having been murdered being a bad thing. And then it appeals to someone's emotion because... I'm not sure how to explain that one. It appeals to morality in that case, actually, right? So give him a break. This is a huge matter. Don't keep pressing on him is essentially what's being said under those words. And then like different types of arguments can appeal to different things. Like I can appeal to someone's morals, their emotions, their ego, their concepts of different things, right? And then how you do that frames how well you are, how good you are as an orator, as a speaker, right?
Oh no, ありがとう。けど、ちょっとだけ抑えてくれ。
Oh no, that's fine, Tojin. I think a lot of us need a break right now. I'm tired from closers myself, in honesty. Yeah, closers just giving me tiring breaks. What the fuck? Doesn't make sense. I'm tired. I'm exhausted. Okay, it's almost 3 in the morning.
いいから、本当にサンキューな。
You know, I kind of had this weird thought experiment the other day. And maybe you can join me for this. So, say in the future, randomly, people just start popping up with superpowers. So, like, tomorrow, someone gets the power to heal. The next day, someone gets the power to throw fireballs from their hands. And so on and so forth, right? How would you go about announcing that and not creating some type of crazy hysteria where people are persecuting you? Like, how would you go about that? And I thought to myself in my head, well, okay, someone has to be an example and a representative. So the personal feeling would be like, hey, I think something's funky going around, and it seems to be that one after the other, people are awakening to powers, and it might be something completely due to the environment, as an example. So it's not just going to be me, it might be you in the future as well, where we wake up one day and we can suddenly summon food from the air, which would case that'd be cool, right? You're kind of making a joke out of that, but establishing a good relationship really early on might be the key to stopping you from getting persecuted or turned into like an experiment. The fact that, you know, it's not just going to be you, it could be you too, you know. Yeah, so I'm curious how you would go about setting that up.
また出かけるぞ。まあ、今度は命の危険はないだろう。安心するがいい。
ふむ、こんな時間によう来たの。まだ閉店時間までは間があるゆえ、ゆるりと過ごしてゆくがよい。
Honestly, I kind of wish I had a place like this, because I'm up at the most awkward times, and I don't live in a college town anymore, so I don't have these opportunities to just like randomly go to a place and say, hey man, how you guys doing? I was gonna hang out here and read a book or some shit. To be honest, I would find a natural disaster or something of that nature, and I would help with relief as much as possible. Like All Might to start off the Homo sapiens to Homo sup relationship. Oh, it's a joke. I get it. Yeah, I get it. Homo sapien. Okay, yeah, I mean that makes sense, right? To depict yourself as not dangerous, or you legitimately care about people who are different than you. Shit, man, if that ever happens, I hope I get the power to, I don't know. I would always be okay with healing. That sounds really useful. Homo sapien to Homo superior. Oh, come on, man. You wanted to help others. That would have been great.
Bullshit!
Fuck.
Huh?
I gave you the benefit of the doubt. If you call yourself Homo superior, though, that would be like specifically differentiating yourself from others. So then you'd be put into your own category, and that's kind of dangerous, right? Because the moment you become the other, then you're not like them, and therefore...
こんな時間によう来たの。ゆるりと過ごしてゆくがよい。用が済んだらすぐに帰りますから。
What the hell are you doing here?
遅かったな。
私にだって準備くらいあるんです。
Man, you know what I remember? Even to this day, I remember going to the 24-hour open study room in college all the time.
あれ？ひなちゃんだ。
I miss those days, actually.
どうも。これってどういうことっすかね、先輩方。
知らねえって。俺に聞かないでくれ。
っていうか、久野里さん、便利に使って巻き込むのはやめてほしいって言いましたよね。
互いに情報の提供をする。そういう約束だろ。
そっちばっかり私を利用してるくせに。
いいから座れ。
You know, I kind of wonder, how many hours have I spent on this game already? Is this the time in which I save, or is this the time in which I've spent on the game? Let me see. 22, right? 0, it's a time in which I save, like in real life. Except that's off. The clock is incorrect, but whatever. Yeah, some people will study better at night, or some people think better at night. I write better at night. It's because things are quiet.
それで、何なんです？
口で説明するよりも、見せた方が早いと思ってな。
まさか、話したんですか？
利用価値がありそうだと判断した。
We're occupying this really weird niche right now. First, visual novels, and two, we stream really strangely at night.
ほんと、勘弁してほしいんですけど。
But I can't, though.
つべこべ言わずに見せてやれ。
嫌ですよ。
Your powers?
めんどくさい。
Okay.
宮代拓が能力者かどうか確証を得たい。
いや、だからですね。
間違いなく能力者ですよ。
Oh, well, there we go. Right. I'm not remotely surprised by that at all.
有村。
おい、本当か宮代。
信じられないよ。
だから僕は知らないって。
You know, I just noticed, why does everyone have that hair? So look at Ito's hair in the background and how his hair like goes outwards and it's angled like that. Sarika's hair is similar as well. If you look at it from the front, it looks like kind of like, I call it the selfie hair. Not like you're taking pictures of yourself, but selfie from like Final Fantasy VIII.
なるほどね。知らないというのは本当みたいです。
I used to have hair
無
like
自
that
覚
too.
なんですね。
Actually, there was a hairstyle that I rocked back in college, and to do that, I used gel, and I would specifically angle my hair outwards.
無自覚も何も有村はなんでそんなこと言い切れるんだよ。
あれ、思い当たる節ありませんか？
そんなのあるわけ。
でも自分がこうなってほしいと思ったところでいつも特別なことが起きたりしたでしょ。例えば例のラブホテルに先輩が潜入した時、あの時部屋には確かに鍵がかかっていたんですよ。
嘘だ、鍵は開いてた。
いいえ、閉まってました。けどいきなり開いたんです。だよね、セリ。
So she specifically doesn't have powers to read my mind or something and say, yeah, you have psychic powers. She's doing a deduction that I have powers based on the events that have occurred.
確かにガチャって。
尾上？
ほら、それが宮代先輩の能力です。
おそらく望んだように物体を動かす能力、いわゆるテレキネシス、あるいはサイコキネシスか。それを持っている。病院の地下施設にあんな簡単に侵入できたのもそのおかげだ。
本当かよ。
いや、待ってくれ。違う。
But I still don't, you know, I still don't think that specific power of opening doors is the main characters. I think it's my lovely lady to my right, to my left.
そんな特殊な能力なんて本当にあるわけ。
But yeah, I think Takuro definitely has something. He's reacting to these images and he has delusions out the ass.
でもさ、宮代言ってたよな。今回の事件の鍵かもしれないって。
それはそうだけど。
I guess the way to test that out is I would go to a certain scenario on my own or with Ito, but not with Serika, and see what happens. Hell, I mean, can we just test it out right now? We'll lock a door and let's give it a shot. And then, I don't know, put that lovely maid that looks so funny to me behind the door. And, you know, I love talking to her, so I'll try to open the door and talk to her then.
先輩、今から言う質問にすべていいえで答えてください。
With no? Okay, sure.
は？なんだよいきなり。
She said question, right?
いいから答えてください。
No.
いいですね。
No!
はい。
自分のクラスの人間はバカばっかりだと思っている。
No.
いいえ。
でも本当はその輪の中に入りたいと思っている。
No.
いいえ。
一人でカラオケに行ったことがある。
Okay, this is hitting close to home. No.
いいえ。
一人でカラオケに行ったけれど一曲も歌ってはいない。
Okay, well, fuck no.
いいえ。
クルス先輩と一緒に暮らしていた時、クルス先輩のお風呂を覗いちゃったことがある。
Who the fuck do you think I am? No.
いいえ。
なるほど、わかりました。
Okay, well, I'll tell you a dark secret, okay? I've gone to karaoke places before, out of curiosity. I remember one of my fondest memories was going to a karaoke place in the Bay Area with my friend Jinseng. And, wow. There were so many books of songs, all of which I couldn't read, and they were of different languages, and I was like, what do I even sing? does like an hour of singing nothing. God. Those are really good memories. Man.
わかったって何が
Let's not talk about the darker memories of karaoke though.
まず最初の質問。宮代先輩はみんなバカばっかりだと思ってますね。
You think everyone's an idiot, don't you? No, I actually do not. I legitimately do not.
そんなことは。
それから次。そうは言っても本当は寂しくてみんなの輪の中に入りたいとそう思ってます。
No? But in all honesty, yeah, I guess.
違う。僕は何の生産性もない会話になんて。
カラオケに一人で行きましたね。
No. No.
それは新聞部の取材で言っただけだ。でも歌っては。
それは嘘です。
え？
本当は歌いました。
歌ってない。
一曲だけですか？
だから歌ってないってば。
なるほど。一曲だけ歌ったんですね。
How do you do this? Are you just breaking down his reactions and figuring out what the correct answer is, or do you have a special power?
おい、宮代、本当か？お前あれだけ歌ってないって否定してたよな。
Okay, I mean, what do you sing, man? It can't be as embarrassing as like the opening to Evangelion. You know, that's still a fine song, man. Don't give me that shit.
最後にお風呂でクルス先輩を。
Okay.
もういい、やめろ。
タク。
Stop squeezing that thing. It sounds like a fart. Or keep squeezing it.
違うんだ。あれはユードがいたずらして今なら誰も入ってないって言うからドアを開けたらそれに慌てて目をつぶったから何も見てない。本当だぞ。
Oh yeah, this is a song that I find kind of boring, and they use this song way too much in this game, in my opinion. It's like how would I describe this song? It's like used during silly situations or slice of life situations.
それが一体何だって言うんだ。
わかりませんか？今のが私の能力です。
え？
他人の口にした言葉が嘘か真実かわかる。それが私の能力なんです。
That sounds really amazing, actually. You can use that in a lot of ways. Yeah, but the problem with that, though, is that it might influence your perspective too much on things and people. Yeah, man, people lie every single day. It doesn't mean they're bad. Like... trying to think of a lie that I used today. Karaoke. Karaoke, I lied about, okay, the ginseng thing was 100% true. Going to karaoke places on my own all the time, not a thing.
言葉に出してもらってもいいですか？
But technically, I did, because I went to that boba place, which had karaoke, and there was that karaoke section, and I went there, and I looked at all the books, and then I didn't sing. Let's not talk about that either. I don't know why. Why am I so fascinated by karaoke?
彼女の言ってること、本当かな？
I think it's because I like the idea of singing.
いや、ホットリーディングやコールドリーディングって可能性もあるし。
But yeah, people lie every single day, so I don't figure that to be an incredibly bad thing. There's like levels of lies and how important it is, blah blah blah, right? Method primarily used by self-proclaimed psychics and spiritualists, where agents are used to learn about a target or subject in advance. The psychic then pretends that the information was gained through clairvoyance or mind reading to make it seem as if they have special powers. Cold reading. A set of techniques that uses the art of conversation, observation, intuition to gain information about a target and make them believe that the user has spiritual or psychic powers. Since it uses in counseling, therapy, police interrogation, and sales, unlike hot reading, is not necessarily a form of fraud. Okay.
ホットリーディング？
つまり事前に調査して って後で自分で調べろ。
ああ、もういい。面倒だ。
Maybe. Also, like, even if you don't understand music, just the aspect of singing a song will make you feel better. At least that's how I feel.
あれを見せてやれ。それが一番早い。
あれですか？こんなところで？
多分、宮代以外には見えないはずだ。
Only I will see it? Okay, hang on.
そうかもしれません。けど。宮代先輩。
何？
よく見ててください。
What? 'Impossible out of empty air. It was warped yet elegant. The sword of magical girls, I guess. Huh. Where did I see this before? This is a thing in Chaos Head, right? They had swords as well? I wonder why.
Ken? どうやったんだ？
やっぱり見えるんですね。え？何の話？タク。
ケンってなんだよ。
見えないのか？二人とも。
I mean, we don't have any visual indicator that's the case. And there are also outside sources that are saying that that thing actually exists, even though it's not these two.
そんなバカな。
Okay, well, the very first thing I would ask her to do is gently mark the wall with that thing to prove it's true.
これで決まりだな。
どういうことなんですか、これ。
Or hell, does it have any weight? Just put it on the table and see if you make any sound.
今、有村ひなえが手にしているもの。それが能力者の証だ。
ディソード？
その状態のディソードは能力者にしか目視できない。つまりそれが見えるお前は間違いなく能力者ということだよ。
Also, I wonder if that thing can hurt people. Don't like slash at me, but just like tap me, I guess, with that.
でも僕、そんな能力なんて本当に。
でも事実だ。
Well, I mean, what do you become like a mime? Just like press your body against the sword as she's holding back. In which case, you could show Ito and Serika that you're pressing against empty space, but it's obviously something there, unless you're really good as a mime.
まあ、同じギガロマニアックス同士、もう少し仲良くしときますかね、
God,
先
man,
輩。
these guys are no fun. Just experiment right away. It's exactly what I would do.
ギガロマニアックス？
It's like that freaking horror movie called It Follows. The very first thing you should do is start experimenting. Like, what if you just spray painted it? Or threw a bunch of painted bags over its face? It's like, hey guys, there's a monster right there. Do you see it? No, I just see a bag floating in thin air. Well, that's the monster. Done, right? Experiment.
我々は 能力者のことをそう呼んでいる。ギガロ。
呼び方なんかどうでもいいです。それよりやっぱり信じられません。僕のサイコキネシスとかそんなの非科学的です。
ああ、サイコキネシスというのはお前がイメージしやすいようにそう言っただけだ。実際はもっと科学的な概念が存在する。
科学的？
I looked at Aramura's sword skeptically. Scientific, that?
ああ、無理ですよ、久里さん。説明とかしてもさっぱりわかんないと思います。ちなみに、私は一つも理解できてません。
Okay. It might be due to jargon. So, with layman terms, explain it.
お前と一緒にすんな。僕はこれでも。
It might have a lot of concepts to build up into the idea, though, so it takes a lot of setup time, too.
はいはい。
理解などしなくていい。ただ、最低限のことだけは覚えておけ。ギガロマニアックスの能力をカートゥーンに登場するような超能力。
何が違うって言うんです？
ギガロマニアックスの能力とは、簡単に言えば自らの妄想を現実に変換する力だ。
Okay, kind of a big deal for a guy who has delusions all the time.
妄想現実に変換？
ディラックの海という言葉を、まあ知らないだろうな。
Nope, never. What is it?
ディラックの海。確か。
Wait, who was fidgeting? Serica was fidgeting when we mentioned this.
量子力。
ほう、驚いたな。一階の高校生が知っているとは。
Oh, you know, actually, I just realized that's really smart. Because all these interpretations are coming from the main character. And so he's framing the thought process in his mind, which is taken away from the fact that I consider her incredibly suspicious. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I never thought of it that way. Okay, not just through monologue, but through, like, exposition as well. Yeah. So pretty much what I'm saying is that through lines that are not voiced, once again, through this line right here, Circa started to fidget on the sofa. She probably couldn't follow what we were talking about at all, but she couldn't tell. But she could tell that I was nervous, right? That's an explanation given by the main character. So if you erase this line, the line right after it, it would just be the direct C. Circa started to fidget on the sofa, but why does she fidget on the sofa? If you didn't explain it, then you would become suspicious of that, especially if the author repeatedly did things like that. So for example, change their delusions into reality, Serica started getting really nervous. Why? Right? And then, like, next line of dialogue, have you heard of Direct C? Serica started eating pizza on the floor. How do you feel about to be a millionaire? Serica raised her hand, but everyone ignored her. Right? Like, you have, like, this exposition that has no tie-in to what they're saying, but actually there is. But to, like, cut off your suspicion, the author gives an explanation that comes from the main character, who is unreliable, right? And there we go. That's actually really cool. I didn't think of that before. I keep pronouncing this wrong. Schrodinger or Schrodinger? Whatever. Okay. Has been discussed so many times by now that it was considered an embarrassment to even bring it up. Okay.
真空を負のエネルギーに満たされた空間だと定義するんですよね。で、そこをディラックの海って呼ぶ。
You know, it'll be kind of funny that all my suspicions of Serica are going to be completely proven wrong. In which case, you know, good on the author. And I'll feel good too, actually.
ああ、そうだ。ディラックの海はマイナスエネルギーに満ちた世界ということになる。
Okay, negative energy. What do you mean? Like... No, seriously, what do you mean? like neutrons, electrons, shit like that.
で、そのなんとかの海とこの剣を使って妄想を現実にできるんですよ。リアルブートっていうらしいですけどね。
Sorry, what? And this what's it see? You use it in this sword to make your delusions reality. That's called a real boot. A what?
リアルブート。
ディソードは剣の形をしているが、実はただの武器じゃない。ディラックの海に干渉し、現実との間のパイプとなる端末だ。
They are terminals that let you affect the direct sea. Okay. And function as a pipe between it and reality. The swords are a ley line between reality and the sea. What is the sea again? The sea is an area of negative energy. Okay. What else is it? Give me layman terms. I guess the easiest way to describe it is that the Dirac Sea is the place of delusions, powered by negative energy. And the sword is the connector between reality and delusion.
ギガロマニアックスがその端末を用いると、本来、現実空間の中に存在できないはずの負のエネルギーを引き出すことができる。
Well, there we go. Okay.
すると、ホールセオリーによるペアクリエーションで、粒子と反粒子が生まれる。それがエラーとなって、他人の脳のデッドスポットに影響を与えるんだ。
Whoosh. I don't know what whole theory is. Let's look it up. I wonder if whole theories are really common concepts. I just don't know about it. Let's see. Hole theory. Okay. Dirac hole theory is a theory in quantum mechanics named after English theoretical physicist Paul Dirac. I can't pronounce this. Jean Wick extended Dirac's hole theory to cover neutrinos, introducing the anti-neutrino as a hole in neutrino Dirac sea. Okay. So Dirac hole theory is the full name of the theory. Okay, the theory possesses that the continuum of negative energy states that... Sorry, wow, one more time. Dirac hole theory is a theory in quantum mechanics named after English theoretical physicist Paul Dirac. Yep, the theory poses that the continuum of negative energy states that are solutions to Dirac equations are filled with electrons. Yep, okay, that makes sense. And the vacancies in the continuum holes are manifested as positrons with energy and momentum that are the negative of the state. Still over my head. The discovery of positron in 1929 gave a considerable support to the Dirac hole theory. Okay, so it's supported. While Enrico Fermi, Niels Bohr, and Wolfgang Pauli were skeptical about the theory, other physicists like Guido Beck and Kurt Seitz, made use of the Dirac hole theory and alternate theories of beta decay. Yeah, I do not have a background in this, so this is physics, and I've never gone into quantum mechanics before. Okay. In nuclear physics, beta decay is a type of radioactive decay in which a beta ray, a fast energetic electron or positron, and neutrino are emitted from an atomic nucleus. Okay. For example, a beta decay of a neutron transforms it into a proton by the emission of an electron. Okay, one more time. Beta decay of a neutron, I know what a neutron is, transforms it into a proton, I know what a proton is, by the emission of an electron. Okay, so a neutron transforms into a proton by throwing out a neutron. Interesting. So no charge. By the emission of a positron. The fuck are you saying here? Into a neutron by emission of an electron. No, one more time. Beta decay of a neutron transforms into a proton by the emission of an electron. So the electron's gone. Or conversely, a proton is converted into a neutron by the emission of a positron. Okay. If it's positive, you take the positive away, and then it becomes a neutron. If it is a neutron, you take the electron away, and it becomes a proton. Okay. So why am I learning about this right now? Thus changing the nuclide type. Neither the beta particle nor its associated neutrino exist within the nucleus prior to beta decay. neither the beta particle nor its associated neutron. Yeah, I would need more background information to understand what this is. Okay, so this process of nuclear decay. To understand what a nuclide type is, yeah, this is freaking. This is literally nuclear physics. This is what I'm reading right now. This is something I don't think people normally study. Okay, by this process, unstable atoms obtain a more stable ratio of protons to neutrons. Okay, so it's the process of creating stability between electrons, neutrons, and positrons. What? Ratio of proton to neutron. Okay. The probability of nuclide decaying due to beta and other forms of decay is determined by its nuclear binding energy. This is whoosh. This is really whoosh over my head. This is something that I don't understand. Due to the beta, the particle noise associated. Direct cold theory. I wonder if you'll explain it in layman terms as best as you can.
脳のデッドスポット
I don't think so. That's unfortunate. But like the amount of understanding I would need to get myself to that level and conceptualize what the hell they're saying is a lot of work that I'm not ready to do, and I'm not sure if I want to do either. It's a specialist area.
デッドスポットというのは人間の脳における視覚野の視覚だよ。
Which has always kind of scared me when doing like science fiction. Like how many authors in science fiction have to do incredible amounts of research just to write about science fiction? And I guess the ideal situation is that it doesn't feel like research to them, or they're already deeply ingrained into that type of background, right? So it's not them doing research, it's them talking about the things they already know, which is, very convenient for them. That's the case. But then, like, science fiction, the way I've always viewed it is it's a genre that has a lot of work to do to write it correctly. And it's different than, I say, like, fantasy. Whereas fantasy has, like, a bunch of aspects in it that you don't need to be deeply involved with. But there's a lineage of history that goes into that fantasy, like how myths have created that kind of thought process. For science fiction, if you want to write a science fiction story that is incredibly close to reality, then you would have to do research. But you can always borrow ideas from science fiction, like freaking flying cars, and you don't have to explain it. You can just write about it. But then, I guess the question is, where do you need to go to make that science fiction as believable as possible? There's some aspects of science fiction that people just accept. Like, their suspension of disbelief isn't like completely thrown out the door when you say there's a time machine, right? That's mainstream enough now that you don't actually have to explain how the time machine works. You just accept it.
そこに影響を与えられるということは、つまり自分の妄想をそこへ送り込み、妄想通りのものを相手に見せられるということだ。
Yeah, so I don't know. When I first read Steins Gate, he put a lot of effort into trying to explain it as logically as he possibly could within theories that were already existing. So it's not like it was thrown out from like left field or something. It actually exists, these theories.
しかも相手にとってそれは完全な現実として認識される。
Man, shit. It's been a long time since I read a concept that I completely felt incapable of understanding. But that's what specialists... That's why you have to specialize into things.
でも、そんなのただの幻覚じゃないですか。催眠術と同じですよ。
催眠術？そうか。じゃあその妄想を自分の周りの人間全員がリアルな現実だと共通認識してしまったらどうだ？
共通認識？
Okay, anyway, this is incredibly important to establishing how this world works, and then also maybe figuring out the mystery as well. So I need to pay attention.
そうだ。さらにそれが渋谷中の人間の共通認識になったら。
Okay, so she's saying within the enclosed space of Shibuya, what if everyone believed that delusions are reality? Okay, so is the implication that Shibuya is the box? Like, Schrodinger's cat box thing. The experiment, so to speak.
そして、その共通認識が東京中の人間、日本中の人間、果ては世界中の人間にまで広がっていったとしたら、一体誰がそれを現実じゃないと否定できるんだ。
Okay, so what if a lie expanded far more than just Shibuya, but the entire world?
それは。
そうしたら、妄想はすでに作り事でも幻覚でもなくなる。紛れもない現実と化すんだよ。だからそれはリアルブートと呼ばれている。
At that point, your delusion is neither fiction nor hallucination. It becomes reality. Okay, so when that becomes the greater belief by everyone else, something that you believed to be fake suddenly became true. And that is real booting.
そんなバカな。だってそんなことで現実がねじ曲げられるなんて。
So like, for example, I'm holding up thin air right now. And in that thin air, I'm saying I have $1 million. And then I say, Mitsukai, do you see the $1 million? And he says, yes. And then I say, hey, Deplosion, do you see the $1 million? And then he says, yes. And then I show it to like freaking Tommy, and he says, yes. And then Scott, and he says, yes. And then everyone starts saying fucking yes. In this thin air space between my hands, I'm holding $1 million, right? And so then that fake $1 million, well, no, actually, it's not fake, guys, right? Is real. Because everyone has accepted the thin space between my hands as real.
仮にいいですか。仮にですよ。僕がそのギガロマニアックスだったとして。
So that's essentially what they're doing with the D swords. They're turning things that are delusions into reality. Oh, that's it. That's it. That's actually really simple to understand. Except how is it grounded in actual reality? That's it.
だけど閉まってるドアの鍵を開けるとか、そんな風に妄想が物理現象にまで影響を与えるなんて不可能ですよ。
I mean, it's not just a physics theory. It's also grounded in like philosophy too. Think about it. Yeah.
私たち含め研究者たちも当初はそう考え楽観視していた。だがそんな甘いものじゃなかったんだ。
I wonder what's an example of that in like real life, where a delusion essentially became reality. I don't know many examples of that. An example in real life where something fake became true and understood by a populace that it was true even though it was fake. There has to have been an example of that. There's no way that it doesn't exist. Fuck, man.
え？
物理現象すらねじ曲げるんだよ。ギガロマニアックスの妄想と、それによって共通認識化された現実は。
Homeopathy. Explain as best you can, Cole.
だからこそ、それはこの上なく危険なんだ。
Is religion an example? I think of religion as a mindset and philosophy, aka how to handle life. And here's the rule sets and guides. And a perspective too. There's a bunch of things. I think of science as being the same kind of thing. Like, there are rules in science that objectivity is important, and so is observation, etc. Ah, she's back! There we go. See? That's why I was so confused. What was the date again? Does anyone remember? October what? In the game. It just flashed. October 11th. One day after the murder. Okay. So there was a scene at the memorial in which you heard that walking sound that she makes. She's dragging her foot, right? And then she scratched with her finger on the memorial. And I was like, okay, this sound direction is saying that this character still exists. And I confused this character originally with the person who was part of the death that was called something sound, like squeaky sound, remember? So I was like, okay, well, this person's a singer, and it was the second event that happened in the game, and she's a singer, so it would be understandable that she was the victim of the squeaky death because she was singing on the streets, supposedly, right? Different character. So that's a good example of sound design then, to indicate indicate knowledge, I guess. That's really cool. So pretty much her feet dragging is like a theme. It's like a theme song. You know it's her when you hear the feet dragging. Same way that like Wagner used theme songs in his operas. Whenever a freaking big what's his name? Whenever a big Norse myth character would pop onto the stage, their theme song, so to speak, would play. In this case, it's her feet dragging. And for the monsters, it would be the knocking on the door, right? It's not like actually a song, but it's an idea. What is she grateful for? Or at least that's how it seemed to her. Each step she took, her face twisted with horrible pain. Okay, so she's in pain, obviously. Huh. They don't pay attention to her? No, they probably ignore her. There's a difference. Okay. Well, there's that concept. I don't fully understand it, but my parents told me it was very rude to stare at people on the street. And they specifically told me, do not stare at people who have physical impairments, because that's extremely rude. So is that an Asian thing, or is that just, what do you call that? Tact? No. There's a word for it that I'm looking for. General knowledge, maybe? In this case, though, she's actually suffering. But I guess people are confusing that as she has her leg that is a physical impairment. Just gives me common sense, I guess, yeah. Huh. So no one's actually walked up to her and said, "Are you okay?" A common social agreement? It might be. A social stigma? No. Not exactly the word I'm looking for. She gained a power that day. Interesting. She already had a power, but she gained something else. And revenge, too. Interesting. What's she going for? Turned back in surprise. Huh. So she is called a scarecrow. That's the term that people gave her back in high school. And she is kind of thin, so you have that. The straw man, literally, is a scarecrow. Well, no, the straw men aren't always scarecrows, but the scarecrow is made of straw. Okay, I mean, honestly, I probably would ignore that in real life, too. Miyashiro's awakening. Okay, also Amy was the person we were looking for way back in the day when we were young and went to the hospital. So Amy is the rumor that they were... The rumor of Amy existing in the hospital, and we went to the hospital to see if Amy existed. I mean, instead we found Senri, I think Minami Shiro is her full name, and she was the person being experimented upon. So maybe Senri is Amy, and she wants revenge against whatever, I don't know. That could be a possible explanation of the story.
おい、あれじゃね?
In the background, at least.
今流行ってる.
Also, remembering, right? So he's specifically forgotten aspects of his childhood.
マジでやばくねてか、流行るっておかしくねほら
ほれ、1枚持ってこうぜ。
やばいって、それ、マジやばいって。
あ、先輩、あれ例のやつじゃないですか？
例のって？
え？先輩知らないですか？歴史シール。
歴史シール？
いやいやいや、またまた。嘘っしょ？知ってて言ってるんしょ？
Is this just an average person on the street, and he's saying you've never seen the sumo stickers? So are the sumo stickers the experiment then? As in, hey, you see these sumo stickers in between my hands? That experiment.
いや、マジで知らないって。
Okay, so the question is, how can't you have seen the stickers? Because they're fucking everywhere. At least they seem to be.
マジっすか？今めっちゃ流行ってるっすよ。
Okay, so then, what's the danger here? The danger is these stickers, which might not even exist in reality, are starting to become actually real. And the danger of that is these images influence the human mind. And it determines whether you have psychic powers or not. Yeah, sure, okay.
流行ってんの？あんな気持ち悪いのが？
The hell? You just completely switched. Don't tell me you've never heard of them. No, seriously, I haven't. Seriously? They're really popular. Okay, so it's not the same person yet.
いや、流行ってるってのとは違うか。ほら、例の。
No. That was the jump. That was why I was so confused. Sumo stickers. No, I seriously haven't. Popular? Yeah, that was the problem. That he transitioned from not knowing to suddenly knowing. And that is the thing they're talking about in the game. How something fake suddenly becomes real, and it just happens right in front of your eyes.
連続殺人事件、あれの現場にあったって話っすよ。
あのシールが？なんで？
Yeah, because that's not a natural transition in a conversation. If you don't know something exists and suddenly you say, oh, those things are really creepy, unless you were just informed and then you know what exactly they're talking about. That's not the case here.
なんでかは知らないっすけど、でもなんか意味あるんじゃないっすか？
歴史シールね。なんかそのまんますぎだろ。もっといいネーミングねえのかよ。
ほら、ここにもあるじゃん、歴史。
うわ、めっちゃ増えてんじゃん。てか、あんた何やってんの？
これちょっと可愛くない？ほら、カバンとかつけたら。
No, please don't.
うっそ、可愛いとこマジウケるんだけど、どんな趣味よ？
絶対これ流行るって、マジで。ねえ、あんたもそう思うっしょ？それ近づけんのやめて。見てるとなんか気持ち悪くなんだよね。ほら、気持ち悪いっつってんじゃん。うっそ、かわいいって絶対。
Wow, this is an interesting, gigantic social experiment that has huge consequences. And not even voices for this. That's interesting. I wonder, you know, is it just a glitch? That's the reason why?
ああ、いいです。
It's a glitch. That's why. This is gonna suck for the main character. If this sticker becomes so popular throughout all of Shibuya, he's never gonna be able to avoid it.
どうしたん？
Did you turn the controller speaker off in game settings? Let's see. Controller speakers. Speaker volume? Movie volume? Skip voice? Use speaker? Which one are you talking about? Huh, we're missing a character. Use speaker, set it to off.
なんか焦げ臭くね？
ああ、ここあったらしいぜ。
何が？
なんかほら、最近この辺で火つけて回ってるやついるらしいじゃん。連続放火？
ああ、なんか聞いたそれ。
それもほれ、あれのせいじゃねえの？呪いのシールとかって。
あれなんなのマジで。あれと一緒なんだろ？前のほら。
Huh. So the concept of delusion being turned into reality. What other visual novels have covered that? Geez.
ニュージェネだろ?
Well, I mean, obviously Chaos said. To some degree, the psychological aspects of Sai no Uta. But that's not delusion. That's actual reality.
そうそれ、ニュージェネ。あれの真似なんだろ？渋谷マジやばいって。
But similar concepts, now that I think about it, because what is someone's perspective on life, aka they see everything distorted, becomes reality. And everyone shares in that reality at the end of that game. Okay, so that's 2.
このように、今回の事件の日付はすべてニュージェネレーションの狂気と呼ばれる6年前の事件と一致しております。
I wouldn't say that this game specifically talks about the concept of communication, unless communication is the concept of information flow, in which case it's a lot to talk about that. Okay, so then it's like root double in some degree too. Huh.
そこにどのような関連があるのかが注目されているわけですが、これについてはいかがでしょう?
Did Steins Gate have to talk about delusion? Okabe is like... he can be seen as delusional. But he's not. His reality is in his head, and he sees things that we do not because he has the Steins Gate. Okay. Huh. I wonder if every single sci-fi adventure, science fiction adventure series, there we go, talks about perspective. Maybe it does.
そうですね。関連があるのはほぼ間違いないでしょうね。ただ、現時点で全ての事件が同一犯であると決めつけるのはまだ時期尚早ではないかと思います。
Oh God, Blaze Blue story. I'm not going there.
それはどうしてでしょう?
現場に残されていたという歴史シールは渋谷の街中のどこにでもあるという話ですし、入手するのは比較的簡単なんですね。したがって何者かが同一犯の犯行とみなすために現場に残したという可能性も考えられます。
I mean, fine by you, man, but they have certainly brought back a lot of characters on the death. But to be fair, Blaze Blue has the concept of time. But then the question is impact.
その場合はやはり捜査の混乱を狙ったということでしょうか。
そういうことになりますね。特に今のようなネット社会ではそうした情報は早く出回りますし、騒ぎに乗じた便乗殺人ということもないとは言い切れないでしょうね。
まだまだ謎の多い事件ですね。こちらの事件に関しては後ほど改めましてたっぷりと検証していきたいと思います。
This thing is spreading like a virus, man.
さて、次のニュースはこちらも東京渋谷ですね。連続放火事件のニュースです。
Also, talking about an arsonist. I don't recall a single thing about an arsonist. Was that fake and then it became true? Yeah, I don't remember anything about an arsonist until that last section you just saw there.
東京総合病院でそんなことが。
Huh. Does anyone remember anything in the story about an arsonist that existed before that that last section there? Because I do not remember that. Unless the girl who was called the Scarecrow was lighting things up and fire. But if that was the case, we probably would have seen a scene like that. And that was also last night. It's the 12th now. Yeah. It might be another example of something delusional becoming real. Which is a real thing in our age now. Something fake becoming real. Hang on, I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab some water. Okay, and we are back. So out of curiosity, I know not everyone is participating in the chat right now, but if you're watching the stream, my first question is why? Are you actually really interested in the story? Or are you just having background noise? I don't know, right? I don't know what the reason is for people popping into the visual novel streams for like Chaos Child. You probably have a lot of lurkers, which is not a problem. I don't mind.
まあ、新庄ちゃんが疑いたくなる気持ちはわかるけど。
Oh man, shit. I'm really tired.
お前なんかに嘘をついて何の得がある?
Well, I mean, if you ever get confused about where we are in the story, just ask me, and I'll try to catch you up.
もちろん信じないと言っているわけじゃない。あの病院にいろいろ妙な噂があることだって知っている。それにこうして生きた証人もいることだし。
Okay, well, no problem. VN streams are really hard to pop into randomly because, like, catching people up to where we are in the story becomes difficult. But I'll do my best if you ever get confused.
あの子が本当に施設で被害者たちの世話を?
Okay, yeah, kind of a big deal. So she's one of the only examples of a successful patient that was part of a human experimentation that was happening during Shibuya that stopped when the earthquake happened. Except the location of the laboratory, which is at a general hospital underground, still exists, and patients from those experimentations still exist. And for some reason, they have this person taking care of the failed experiments, which is funky. Like, the very first thing I asked in my head was, why did you have the successful experimentation take care of the failures? And I mean, maybe she wanted to do it, which is cool. In fact, that's really awesome of her. But the next question I had was, did they just accept her? Because it's a psychological thing, and they all have different impairments.
ああ、そうだ。
今彼女から事情は聞けそうかな。
やってみてもいいが、失望するだけかもしれないぞ。
え？それがね。
私、帰ります。
And she wants to go back.
します。私、帰ります。
ずっとこの調子。帰りたいの一点張り。何を聞いたってろくに話してくれやしない。
Well, she has a way more reserved personality than I thought she did.
百瀬さんが苦戦するのは珍しいな。山添浮くん？怖がらなくていい。僕はおまわりさんだ。
おまわりさん。
そうだ。だから安心していい。
おまわりさんなら助けてください。
もちろんだと思う。だから教えてほしいんだ。君を真っ暗な地下室に閉じ込めたのは誰？
私、あの人にさらわれてきたんです。だから助けてください。元の場所へ返してください。
ん？
これで私も立派な誘拐犯だな。逮捕してみるか？
チャチャを入れないでくれ。なあ、浮くん。何か勘違いしているようだけど、君は地下でひどいことをさせられてたんだ。
I mean, that's...
だからこうして助け出されたんだよ。
That's his logic. I'm actually really curious what she thinks. Like, what are you doing down there besides taking care of the patients? Or, well, she's taking care of the patients, so tell me more.
ひどいことなんて何もありません。私はただ、皆さんのお世話をしていただけです。それが私の仕事。だから、戻らないといけないんです。私がいないと、皆さんが困ってしまいます。
参りましたね。
Okay, well... I already have tons of questions still, so like, is there absolutely no one who can attend to their needs, like a regular nurse? Do you feel that you are the most capable of taking care of these people? In which case, why?
でしょ？
聞いた限りだと、地下の環境はかなり劣悪ですよね。普通女の子がそんなところに帰りたいって思うもんですかね。
Yeah, and then are you forced to do it, or do you want to do it? There's also that too.
私ならごめんこむるわね。まあ、うちも仕事内容の劣悪さじゃ負けてないと思うけど。
Because I don't know about you. I understand that the human experiments down there are fucking terrible, right? I don't want her to be part of that either, but I identify with the fact that she cares so much that she wants to help them.
そいつの頭皮を見てみたが、ロボトミーや電気ショックの痕跡はない。
Interesting.
ちゃんと脳の検査をしないと断定はできないが、多分長年の軟禁生活で自分の境遇に疑問を抱かなくなってしまったんだろう。
So I guess like, sort of like Stockholm syndrome, sort of?
虐待されてる子供と同じか。
Yeah, like that.
ああ。
どうしたもんかな。
How would you go about arresting that place? Okay, well, they're gonna talk about that, I guess. So you would use her as evidence that you would say, hey, this is a person who was a human experiment, and she told us, and we looked into it, and it was true. We should arrest this place, is how you go about it. Okay.
あ、そうだ。ウキ君。
This is
この少年を知ってるね。
This is chapter 6. If you want me to catch you up, I can do that for you. We're not too far away from the beginning of the game to the point where I can't explain it quickly.
彼のスマートフォンを君は拾ったはずだ。
Ah, yes.
彼がそう証言してる。
Okay. Does she still have it?
その人なら何回か会いました。でも、そのスマートフォンって一体何ですか？
She doesn't know what a smartphone is?
は？
Yeah, exactly.
何？
その子ね。
Okay.
最近のものは何も知らないわよ。
Yeah, I'll just give you a brief, small bit of information. So, we just found out that human experiments are happening under a hospital, and they are really messed up human experiments.
これがスマホだ。これと似たようなものを彼が落として君が拾った。覚えてないかな？やっぱりそうか。で、それをどうした？
落ちていた場所にすぐに戻しました。
You put it on the floor?
戻した？君が持って行ったんじゃなくて？
持ってなんていきません。なんだかわからないものは怖いです。
Okay, well, the phone is in a lost and found, I guess. No. So, if she picked up the phone and she found it scary and she put it directly back on the floor where she found it, then that means the person who picked up the phone afterwards is most likely to be the person who made the call that was very threatening. So, there we go.
でも、宮代君によれば、そのスマホから電話がかかってきたって言うんだ。君がやったんじゃないのか？
What kind of human experiments? They took patients from the hospital. Stole, whatever you want to call it. And they put them into an underground laboratory in which they experimented on human brains. So things like, I will open up your brain and put electrodes into it and test things out to see if you react to physical stimuli or images on a screen. So that kind of human experimentation. And the reason why they did that was they were trying to find a connection between human cognition and reactions to something called the D sword. I know it sounds funny, but the D sword is a sword that acts as a gateway between reality. I'm holding the sword in my hand, right? And delusion. So delusion would be where it's accessing. So that area which is involved with negative energy, which I can talk about like a little bit of the science behind it. So it's what theory was it called again? Holy shit. It's called Dirac-Hole theory. And the basic idea is that Dirac-Hole theory is from nuclear physics. And the basic idea is there's an area that's incredibly negatively charged, which we're calling the delusion area, right? And then this sword brings that energy into real life. And what that does is you're essentially bringing energy from a negative space into reality, which is supposed to influence people's perceptions. So the idea is these human experimentations are trying to contact that space of delusions and bring it into reality. Why? Because that's extremely powerful. If I can say, hey, guys, I'm holding a freaking $1 billion in my hands. Fake, right? But now it's real because I put enough energy from a different space into reality. And I said, hey guys, $1 billion. Now, like, I'm rich. Give me money, right? That's an example that you can abuse it that way. They talk about, like, Schrodinger's cat theory. So if you understand what that is, just use that as a general idea of what we're talking about here.
スマホというのはそうやって写真を見る機械じゃないんですか？電話もかけられるんですか？
And right now, apparently the way you find out if people are susceptible to, bringing delusions into reality is if they see this one specific image, which is the sumo sticker. And we're getting a very likely implication right now that the sumo stickers are an experiment, that they don't actually exist. Sorry, I had a burp there. The sumo stickers very likely aren't physical things. You can't touch it, right? But for some reason, it's become so real that everyone accepts it as real, and now it is real.
Oh.
The game got a lot more fun. I'm actually really enjoying this now.
はい。もしもし、有村ですけど。
ほら、こうやって電話ができるんだよ。な。
ですか。
もしもし、一体何なんです？用がないんなら切りますよ。私これからランチなんで。
いや、用ならあるんだ。しかも大事な用が。悪いんだけど、ちょっと力を貸して。
お断りします。
即答はないだろう。
ねえ新庄さん、私ってあなたの恋人かなんかですか？何かっていうとすぐに電話してきていやらしい。
What?
いやいや、待て、別にそういうつもりじゃ。
ならストーカーってことでいいですね。
よくない。困ってるんだ。助けてくれよ。
You know, I kind of wonder if this guy's sense of humor is really weird, or that he's not really good at displaying humor.
うわ、出た。女の敵の決まり文句。それでお小遣いをせびったり、お金のために変なバイトをさせたりするんですよね。最低のダメ人間。
Oh, that or maybe I don't understand it.
真面目に聞いてくれよ。大切な話なんだ。頼む。
Now I'm thinking about how many times has this game tried to display humor and how many times it's succeeded. What's the story so far? So I had to explain it a few times already within the last span of a few moments. So if anyone feels they're capable of explaining the story up to this point, go ahead and do so in the chat. Otherwise, I'll go ahead and do it again. It's fine.
真っ白。その子、あと今回の一連の事件についても本当に何にも知らないですね。その子が犯人と関係あるとか思ってます？だったら空振りもいいとこですよ。
Who? And then he asked Uki a few more detailed questions, this time so she could hear. And as a result, well, Aramura, she's totally clean. She didn't tell a single lie. Ah, that's right, because she's able to tell if you lie based on truth or false questions.
そっか。
Huh, that's interesting. So she legitimately believes that she's helping out. I mean, that's true. It's not wrong. Okay, give me 5 minutes of gameplay time, and then I'll explain it to you, Tenebrae.
有村さん、助かった。ありがとう。今度なんかご馳走するよ。
はあ？それってもしかしてデートに誘ってるつもりですか？だったら絶対に嫌なんですけど。
未成年をデートになんて誘ったら警察クビだよ。
またって、もうこういうのやめてくださいよ。何度言ったらわかるんです。
Yeah, but the bright side is the game got incredibly interesting after a very specific section of the game, which was the hospital scene.
まあ、その子に関しては、もう少しうちで預かることにするわ。って言っても、食事と寝る場所の提供くらいで、大したことはできなさそうだけど。
Have you asked her what her power is? Because she's a successful human experiment. Or is that like just obvious? I can't tell.
それでも十分助かります。
あっちの方は一からやり直しか。
一からってことはないさ。地下施設の本格的な操作ができないか手を考えてみる。
Yeah, can't you like bring a warrant? Is that allowed?
なんとかなるの？正式な手続きを踏んだところで、またどこかから圧力がかかるわよ。
Ah, so within the police facility, they might have moles that are saying, no, you're not allowed to look into the hospital. Okay.
でしょうね。
でしょうねってあんた。
ま、そこら辺は適当に口実をでっち上げます。ダメならダメで、やりようはあると思うんで。
Okay. I'm trying to think of a logical solution to this problem.
それに、お天道様の元にさらしてしまえば、いくらなんでも無視はできないでしょうからね。
A logical solution to you need to shut down this hospital because it's experimenting on humans. But there are people in the police force that will prevent you from doing so. So how do I solve that?
何です？何かおかしなことを言いましたか？
Well, I mean, we're trying to solve that with this girl here who can be a whistleblower, but she's not doing that.
似てきたじゃない？あの人に。
そいつは喜んでいいんですかね？
Hacking? But none of their servers are connected to the internet, so it doesn't work either.
どうかしら。少なくともいい死に方はしないわね。
I mean, you could stage an incredibly extreme event, but you're a police officer, so I imagine you're not going to do that. I don't know. How would you go about that legally? Okay, let me read this. Popular online journalist Tomoaki Watabe was murdered on the afternoon of the 10th at a school in Shibuya. By the way, after I'm done reading this, Tenebrae, if you're still there, I'll explain the story to you. The police have become more convinced that the killer in this case is the same as the other murders that are patterned after the return of the New Generation Madness 7 years ago. 7 years ago, wasn't it 6? Watabe visited the school to talk to the students and coughed up sumo stickers and died when he went on stage. Watabe's stomach was full of a large number of mysterious sumo stickers, and it's believed that these are what choked him. As the sumo stickers are seen everywhere on the streets of Shibuya these days, they seem to think it will be impossible to track down where the killer found them. Watabe had previously pointed out the relationship between the sumo stickers and the other mysterious deaths that took place on the 7th, the 14th, and the 30th of last month. The police are assuming there's a connection there. Gotsuon death. Gotsuon death. Gotsuon death. I don't know what that means. And before this was a viral marketing scheme by the sumo wrestler. Fucking. Obviously, the kids he was interviewing did it. Gotsuon death. So wait, we're calling this one Gotsuon death? If you guys want to see a sumo sticker that bad, look in the freaking mirror. Wow, that's a dick answer. There's a huge shadowy conspiracy involved in this. All the victims are people who tried to find out about the conspiracy. The ones behind it, well, I mean, that's not true, actually. The ones behind it are also the ones behind the original New Generation Madness. They also eliminated the person who's designed the sumo stickers. I bet the kids he was going to talk to are in danger too, which is possibly true. So what, you're a sumo stickers truther? He's reading between the lines. It's the killer? JK. Look at your ID, dude. 991. DOS5 Sumo. Oh, he's making a joke about his ID. Gatsuon death. The thread's almost 1,000 posts long. Why do you guys like sumo so much? If this is post 1,000, I'm going to win the next sumo tournament. You guys are fucking.
物体を動かす力、いわゆるテレキネシスと呼ばれるもの、それが先輩の力です。
僕の力。
さあ、念じてみてください。動けと心の中で。
Okay, so maybe I really do have powers. In which case, let's see.
念じる。心の中で。動け。動け。動け。動け。動け。動け。動け。動け。動け。動け。動け。動け。
Okay.
動けよ
！Are you fucking kidding me?
わ、見て、机の上の本が。
Okay, so he does have powers. I mean, I'm not surprised by that, but I don't know. So that opens up something else. But he just realized how to control it. So could he have controlled it back then, unconsciously? Maybe. I still don't think so, though. I still think Serika is a key aspect of that.
マジかよ。浮いてやがる。
動いた。
驚きました。これは私が思っていた以上の力かもしれません。
Okay, so Chaos Child is a direct sequel to Chaos Head. But in my opinion, you do not need to play Chaos Head to understand Chaos Child. It sets itself up in a decent way where you can still appreciate the visual novel. So this VN is multiple genres. It's a mystery, it's a thriller, and it's a horror. It depicts a situation that wants to make you feel uneasy, and that's by destabilizing common sources of comfort and creating a nuance to them that makes them frightening. So, for example, the police in this series are generally incompetent. Technology like security cameras don't work to find the killer. Ghosts appear in this visual novel, sort of, right? It's not like I'm seeing the ghost of a dead person. It's like in this guy's delusion, he sees like a monster, which can be a ghost. Anyway, so let me go ahead and give you the background story. So 6 years ago, which was Chaos Head, there was a string of murders called the New Generation murders, okay? And in Chaos Child, those murders are being reproduced. So someone is copying the murders that happened 6 years ago now in Shibuya. So Shibuya is a place in this setting that experienced an earthquake. After, at the end of Chaos Head, an earthquake happened, and it destroyed all of Shibuya. And it took some time, but it was really quick, to rebuild Shibuya. So now it's pretty much a new town that had to rebuild itself from an earthquake. There are heavy implications that earthquake is not a natural disaster. It happened through artificial means. And while I don't remember exactly the plot of Chaos Head, I believe the idea is that those murders somehow influenced the earthquake to happen. So then that's the problem. That these murders are happening yet again, and there could be another earthquake that's going to destroy all Shibuya. I'm not sure if everyone's on that page within the story itself. No one's really talking about that because they don't have that connection, right? Like, oh, hey, this earthquake's going to happen again because it happened 6 years ago, and it was specifically tied to these murders. That's, who knows. But anyway, this visual novel is heavily based on perception. The main character, the character that you're seeing floating that freaking book right now, he considers himself a right-sider, and a right-sider is a person who's on the right side of information. So he invests himself heavily into the media and into the internet and gaining knowledge. He's not that smart of a person, and he's really conceited, and he has a bunch of symptoms of being too heavily invested in the internet and not like seeing what's reality, which is depicted in this game by his crazy amounts of delusions, which some are player controlled and some are not. We're at the point in the game right now where his delusions are happening without our control. I can't choose it. It's just happening. And the problem with that is that it's becoming harder to tell what's reality and what's fake. Now, we hit the point in the game where we just found out that human experimentations are happening under a famous hospital in the story. The AH, I think it was a Tokyo hospital or something. Anyway, so the reason why that's important is we now found out essentially that the cult elements of this story are somewhat tied to science, right? So freaking floating books, monsters and ghosts, murderers that can make you die several days later. That a cult element has some type of root in science fiction. Okay, so where am I going with this? So what's important? Let's see. Okay. So we're trying to find a solution to exposing the hospital. The detective is, at least, to the general public. But it seems that there's moles in the police department that won't allow us to do so. The main character was told that he's going to be killed by the girl to the left on the screen. We don't know exactly why yet. She hasn't been really clear about that. And we found out that the human experiments are done to see if people are able to access, for lack of a better word, the world of delusions. So they explained the world of delusions is connected to a nuclear physics and quantum theory idea. But the easiest way to explain it is just take what you know about Schrodinger's cat and then apply it to the story. So that's like a general idea to get a basic idea of what they're talking about. But anyway, the danger here is that these human experiments are trying to take what's fake, what's delusional, and making it into reality. And there's these things called sumo stickers, which are based off the fictional idea of the 11th Rorschach image, which if you look at it and you are keen to psychic powers, you will have an adverse reaction. You will like get really sick, you'll start seeing delusions, etc. So now, the concept that we've just found out in this visual novel, sort of, right? We kind of got an idea of that already, is that this group, whoever the fuck they are, that's experimenting on humans, is turning these sumo stickers, which are heavily implied, to not actually be real. You can't touch them. Those are the experiment of turning something fake into reality. And we saw examples of that where the general populace are like, sumo stickers, what the hell are you talking about? Oh, sumo stickers? You mean those things, right? It's not just like, oh, now I know what you're talking about. I've seen those before. It's like, I don't have a single clue what the hell you're talking about. To, oh, yeah, those things exist, right? So that's happening now in Shibuya. Some group is specifically trying to do an experiment on the mass population of Shibuya for some reason, which you can kind of like figure that out, I guess. If there's something I'm missing, I'm trying to think right now.
Miyashiro Takuru, 君の能力、この目でじっくりと見させてもらった。
Okay, so we're not entirely sure if the people who are experimenting on humans are tied with the people who are murdering people. It wouldn't be like a bad logical connection to make, but we're not entirely sure if they're connected yet. It could be like, maybe the murderers are going around killing people with special powers because, you know, fuck mutants, you're not human, we'll kill you.
Kunosato-san.
They're changing perceptions? Yeah, pretty much. So, that's scary because those sumo stickers are stickers based off the 11th Rorschach image, and they have really adverse effects on the human mind. Even if you are not an Esper, you will still have somewhat of an adverse reaction to looking at the stickers that aren't even real, which is scary.
これからはその能力を使って私の渋谷ニュースを手伝ってくれないか?
Okay, and Mio Konosato is a scientist who's also a high schooler who is incredibly intelligent but also incredibly rude. She's considered on the right side of information, so she's seen in good lights from the main character, but she hasn't told us everything yet. She's also trying to find out the murderers in this story. How bad?
私には君の力が必要なんだ。
So for the main character, because we see things through his eyes, he experiences really disturbing images in his head, and to the fact where like, wow, I don't want to keep watching this. I think for the regular populace, since they're not completely exposed to it like crazy every single day, I don't know. I'm not sure how bad it is for an average person. However, Serika is an average person, supposedly, and she shivers a lot regarding like her time inside the human lab when she was investigating that with the main character. I have a theory in my head that Serika is actually a psychic, and the author is doing his very best to turn your eyes away from that aspect. Especially now that the main character has gained a psychic power, and the novel is going out of its way to say that maybe all these weird things that you experienced as you were going to murder scenes was actually you. Like that locked door that shouldn't have been unlocked in the first place, you unlocked it, right?
これくらい当然だよ。
But there's a lot of like strange lines that are placed in the visual novel to give a different reading. And so you have to realize that the main character, being extremely unreliable, is trying to turn your perception away from certain facts, because the author is doing that on purpose.
宮代。
タクねえ
これくらい大したこと。
Is this another delusion?
大したこと。
Okay, well, daydreaming, I guess.
あ、起きた。
ここ。
Yeah, the main character is a victim of the earthquake that happened 6 years ago. He lives in this... I think this is a trailer, if I understand the vehicle. And he lives in the homeless park.
たく、人が心配してきてやったのに気持ちよく寝てやがるんだもんな。
タクはのんきだね。
うわっ、なんだお前ら。
The earthquake was terrible. It killed so many people, and it leveled the city completely. But surprisingly, the city was rebuilt really quickly. And there's this company that profited hugely off of that earthquake. And now they have their hands in like everything, whether that be the hospital, in building, construction, I think fashion too, randomly. I forgot what they're called, but you can just think of them as like the CERN of this story. Not exactly, but they're huge is what I'm saying.
なんだってご挨拶だな君は。
みんなタクを心配して様子を見に来たんだよ。
心配？僕を？なんで？
But the funky thing about the earthquake was that it was centered only on Shibuya. That's not how earthquakes work, right? It can't just level one city and absolutely every other city feels nothing. That's what's funky.
だってねえ花ちゃん。うん。
和樹、お前まで。
ちょっとタク、そういう言い方はひどいよ。花ちゃんだってずーっと気にしてたんだからね。
Why is that surprising? Well, I mean, we'll see. Kazuki never speaks. The girl with the lollipop in her mouth. And now a squid in her mouth.
てか大げさなんだよ。そんなに心配しなくたって。
でもよ、結構いろんなことあったろ昨日。
そうだよ。のんちゃんも気にしてたよ。
クルスが。
Nona Kurusu is an orphan, just like he is. They met in the orphanage, and they considers, well, Nono considers him family.
まさか昨日のことベラベラ喋ったりしてないよな。もしかして話したのか？
Man, I hate this song.
例の能力のことも。
You told her you have psychic powers. Well, I mean, okay.
なんで言っちゃうんだよ。
だってのんちゃんには隠し事してもバレちゃうんだもん。いけなかったかな。
いや、いい。話しちゃったもんは仕方がない。で、それでクルスはなんて？
私は今動けないから、代わりにあなたたちがタクのそばにいてあげてって。
I mean, it's verified now that he has telekinesis, at least, right? We're not entirely sure if there's a specific other power that he has, but he experiences a lot of delusions.
それだけか。あいつのことだから、もっといろいろ言われただろ。危険なことするなとか、能力なんてバカなとかなんとか。
We also know that in the past, I think before the earthquake happened, he and Serica went into the hospital where the human experiments were happening. Excuse me. Where the human experiments were happening, and they saw a human experiment happening. How? That's in an underground facility. I don't know how they got there.
そんなことなかったよ。
だってあのクルスだぞ。それだけのはずないだろ。
それだけ。
Honestly, maybe the murderers, which are highly implied to have special powers as well, maybe they are former human experiments going around killing other human experiments. I don't know why they would do that, but they're doing it.
だよな。ああ、そうだ。昼間、新庄さんから電話あったぞ。お前が探してるスマホのことで。
But anyway, now that the special powers are manifesting in the main character, he's 100% a target for murder right now.
新庄さんなんだって。
I don't think that's clicked in his head yet.
ああ、それがな。
あの子は持ってない？
ああ、一度拾ったけど、すぐに元の場所へ戻したそうだ。
そんな言い訳、新庄さんは信じたのか？
Huh. I wonder if the novel is making a statement that there is something called too much information, and it can have adverse effects on you.
有村が確認したんだと。嘘はついてないって。
有村が？
Well, I mean, yeah, right? If you knew all the information about the atrocities in the world, of course that would have an adverse effect on you.
じゃあ、僕の携帯から伊藤に謎の着信があったの？
Yeah, but why is that important to mention in a story? I don't know.
それも彼女は無関係だってさ。
Well, maybe it's making a statement about how we handle information in the current day.
そっか。つまり、スマホを持ち去った犯人が別にいるってことか。
Yeah, there's also a lot of like stereotyping in this visual novel too. It's not like stated directly that what he's doing is stereotyping, but yeah, he is. Like, he thinks of romance in a very stereotypical way. That's one way of looking at it. And he thinks... he thought initially the little girl was a murderer. I'm like, what? Come on.
とにかく、宮代のスマホは引き続き捜索してくれるそうだ。だからさ、とりあえず新しいのを買ったらどうだ？
タクはね、やっぱり私たちの真ん中にいる部長なんだよ。だからね、タクと連絡取れなくて困ることはいっぱいあるんだ。今日も、あと、のんちゃんも、タクとお話ししたい時にすごく困るって言ってた。
そっか。
Yeah, he doesn't have a phone anymore, so... well, he's poor. He can't just get a phone. If you can help with that, I'd appreciate it. I'm not saying that a phone will keep him alive, because this game has done everything it could to screw with you in terms of like, hey, you can't even give a call anymore, man. But it would be nice to have a phone.
確かに今のままだと何かが起こった時にみんなと連絡を取り合うことができないな。わかった。早めに新しいスマホを手に入れるよ。
Oh, there we go. Is it possible that all his friends are delusions?
昨日の話の続きなんだけどさ、宮代。
No. I want to say no, because there's too many outside factors in which they're influencing other things, and one, that would also be very bad writing. But there might be specifically one character who is delusional, in which none of the characters that exist on the screen are directly interacting with that character. They're just supposedly interacting with that character, and it's written in a way that's very vague. That might exist. I'll look for it and see if that's the case, but it doesn't seem to be the case.
続きってどの話の続きだ?
I mean, unless you're saying that they're all delusional and he made them real to the point where everyone believes them real and they can actually influence the physical environment. In which case, okay, yeah, but we're not at that level yet in the novel.
久野里さんの言ってた能力だよ。本当にありそうなのか?
ああ、それわからないな。ちょっと非科学的すぎるし。
でも最初に超能力がどうのって言い出したのは宮代じゃなかったっけ?
それは
お前には見えたんだよな。有村が出した剣みたいなの。
まあ見えるには見えたけど。
Also, the reason why I don't think that's the case is because there's too much of a distinction between how he sees people in his head and how they act in real life. So if they were all delusions, then how he saw them in his head and how he saw them in this situation here, which I'll call real life, right? There should be no distinction. But that's not the case. There is a distinction. They act differently.
So いつが見えたってことは、やっぱお前は能力者ってことだろ? 久野里さんもそう言ってたし。
伊藤、相変わらず久野里さんの言うことは信用するんだな。あれだけひどい目に遭わされたのに。
And the fact that he can be surprised is another element to that, I think.
おいおい、なんだ。
いや。
God, I hate these tone breaks.
そういえばお前。
They're actually really annoying me now.
しんちゃんって変態さんだ。
やめろよ、お前ら。
Yeah, but pretty much.
ことより、宮代の能力の話をしてんだ。
Okay,
今は。
Shut up, Ito. Okay. Anyway, these tone breaks exist to lessen the tension of serious topics, which is fine because this game gets very fucking serious. But it's happening too much, and this song is fucking stupid as hell that I can't stand it anymore at this point. So, like, where did the tone break happen? It happened. You could see that sword thing that Aramuna had, right? Well, I could, but Aramuna's sword, I think she called it D sword, definitely looked real. This is all really important information, right? If you can see that, it means you're psychic, right? Ito, you still believe everything Kunosato says, huh? Even after what happened to you. He treated him pretty badly in the basement of the hospital. Tone break. So it transitions, logically, you're talking about Kunosato into a joke, but it feels like this whole section here is nothing but filler that I really do not care about.
いや、能力とか言われたって、自分の意思で使えたことのラブホテルとか病院の地下とか、鍵を開けたのは僕の能力だって、有村や久野里さんは言ってたけど、半信半疑なんだよ。
So amongst friends, having those kind of tone breaks is natural, right? To like suddenly joke and then you relax for a little bit and then you go back into the serious conversation, that is natural. But to do it that often in a story plot slows down the progress of the plot, and it changes the flow of information. So you might have harder times understanding what's being taught to you. Okay, so they jumped back in, but part of the reason why I find that so fucking frustrating is one, I don't find this author's comedy funny. And if someone did that in real life to me repeatedly over and over and over again, I find that annoying.
ちゃんと試してみたのか?
試す?
お、だってさ、やってみなきゃ使えるかどうかわかんねえだろ?
This actually happens a lot in Fullmetal Alchemist, now that I think about it. There's a lot of tone breaks in Fullmetal Alchemist. I forgot which version of it, where they break away from seriousness with a stupid joke repeatedly, and I'm not a big fan of that. Unless they set up the joke correctly.
コツさえつかめば案外できるかもしれないもんね。
I mean, either you're saying no comedic attempt was attempted, or you're saying that scene wasn't actually comedy, in which case I would argue it is comedy, it's just bad comedy. Whatever, I guess.
.そうだな。
それともタク、一人で試してみたりした？それでダメだったとか？だったらしょうがないけど。
違うよ。僕がそんな馬鹿げたこと一人でやるわけないだろ。
Hey man, comedy is hard, right? So if you can write it well, I have huge respect for you. And this guy, I'm not saying he's a bad writer. Trust me, I am not. He's really good at multiple things. But lay off the comedy for a bit.
じゃあやってみようよ。ね？いいじゃん。減るもんでもないし。
けどやるったってどうすれば。
やっぱ強く念じるとかじゃね？
ほらほらタク、念じて念じ
て。念じるって何よ。
そうだな。例えばほら、そこにある本を動かしてみるとか。
Again?
わかったよ。やるよ。やってみる。けど期待はするなよ。
Okay, I said again, but did that actually happen? Is now I'm asking myself.
大丈夫大丈夫。
What? Hang on. Why are you asking me to lift a book again? That you already saw it, didn't you? And then maybe the reason why he fell asleep into a coma or whatever the hell happened is because I used my powers too much. Aren't you worried about that? Okay, one more time. Where did that happen? Yeah, I mean, you won't know if you can do it unless you try it. What? What? No, I mean, I don't know about any psychic powers. I've never been able to use one when I wanted. What? Aramura and Kunosato said that the locks at the hospital and the Love Hotel opened because I wanted them to, but I'm not sure if I believe that. So that did happen, right? The door at the Huh? The door to the hotel room might never have been locked in the first place, and the other might all just be coincidences, right? Did you try it? Try it. Yeah, I mean, you won't know if you can do it unless you try it. It might be easy once you know the trick. Even a normal disinterested Kazuki was staring at me. Okay. Let me see. Would you try it on your own and it didn't work? If that's the case, that's too bad. No. I wouldn't do anything that stupid by myself. I lied. Actually, last night I tried and it hadn't worked. He tried what? He tried opening a door's lock? In which case, that's a big indicator that maybe he wasn't the one who opened the door. Okay, but what's happening? Then let's try it. Come on, it's not going to hurt you. But how do I try it? Maybe like focus hard? Come on, Taku, focus. Focus on what? On moving that book there. That's not important. Opening the door. Because he already moved the book. So why are you asking him to move the book again? See, that's why I'm confused. That's not something logical. Right? I moved the book already. And you saw that, right? Or was that a delusion? That's now something I'm actually asking. Or is Inoue specifically asking me to move the book because she know I can't move the lock?
5本。それでは挑戦していただきましょう。宮代拓くんです。パチパチパチ。
He never moved the book. That was a delusion. Okay, see? So, yeah, I was thinking that was the case as well, which is why I was so confused in this situation. And that's scary. That's scary because now we're at a point where it's really hard to tell what's real and what's fake. That's good. I like that. Okay, so where are we now? Chronologically, we left the hospital and then we're in the trailer. So then, chronologically, left the hospital, delusion in his dream that he had psychic powers, and then he lifted the book in his dream, But then there's that problem of this line right here. Aramura and Kunosato said that the locks at the hospital and the Love Hotel opened because I wanted them to, but I'm not sure if I believe that. That happened in the previous scene, either right after or right before he lifted the book. I don't remember. But that was something they said. So either that was all in his head, and he is confused, and he said, hey guys, they said that when they didn't. You see where I'm getting confused now, right? And he's definitely doing that on purpose, the author, but the fuck, let this play out and we'll figure it out. Not move.
やっぱ動かないね。
Okay, so this, I'll make an assumption now, and that assumption is the entire previous scene didn't exist. And how you would know that as a reader, not just comparing it to this scene, but the fact that it was very stereotypical, how immediately, bam, he could use a power, and also doing that stupid line, which is very typical of how you would conceptualize like psychic powers, and then suddenly things move. Okay, so anyway, the main character does not have telekinesis, is what I'm saying right now. And if he does, it's very, 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 very uncontrolled. He might have psychic powers, in which case it will be delusions of some sort, and that's how it influences reality. And he got that confused. He got that scene confused in his head with reality, and now that's going to be a factor in this game.
チェー、なんだつまんねえの。
Are you hitting?
こらカズキ、人んちの壁を殴るな。
でもよかったね、タク。
You know, there's actually other ways. There's other indicators that the previous scene was fake too, like the echoing at the end of the scene was a sound indicator that it was fake. Also, he woke up immediately after that scene, which is very common as a transition in media. So, like, wake up from a dream, right?
あ、俺にも一本。
Okay, it's going to get harder to determine what's real and what's fake, but I'll keep trying, because they're going to give you clues.
おい、お前ら、人のものを勝手に。後で金払ってもらうからな。
Okay, so anyway, we're back to I think Serika's actually a psychic, is what I'm saying. And
なんだよ、ケチくせえな。
And the doors opening, that's not him whatsoever. It's not the main character.
一人暮らしは何かと金がかかるんだよ。てか、尾上、僕にも一本。
So that means that when the high school detective said, "Oh, Serika, you don't actually have psychic powers," that's not real. That wasn't actually said. Or did she say that during the cafe scene? I don't remember. Let me ask the chat again. When the high school detective Kunosato said, "Serika, you don't have psychic powers," that was during the scene that was fake, where he was lifting the book, right? I mean, Serika seems to agree.
Thank you. で、何がいいんだよ。
When they were at Kunosato's place before the cafe scene.
ん？
さっき言ったろ。よかったねって。
ああ、うん。だってさ、もしもタクにそんな能力があったら、命を狙われるかもしれないってことでしょ？
Right, she's true.
あ？
Okay, so he didn't realize that.
命を狙われる？
But she did. I mean, he's the one who found out about the victims of every murder supposedly have special powers, so he didn't connect the dots.
もしも特にそんな能力があったら命を狙われるかもしれないってことでしょ?
I mean, it's fun, isn't it? This is actually pretty hard to do when you're writing. To do narration in such a way that's this fun, and to give enough clues to the reader to make their own interpretations.
殺されますよ。
But that's like the nature of modern day text, the unreliable narrator. I want to say it existed before in like folk tales and like Jesus, I don't know. Okay, I remember reading Gawain and the Green Knight, and I remember reading other tales by blank. What is blank? Blank are stories from the chivalric order. There we go. In which case, you would have to analyze the narrator, which is a knight, and figure out how truthful is his story. So it's not like unreliable narrators are completely a contemporary thing. That would be false. But I think as a concept, it's being more focused on in modern day text. That's my opinion. I could be wrong about that. What's an example of that? Of Gawain and the Green Knight. No. Gawain and the Green Knight depicts Gawain positively. Or Gawain, however you want to pronounce his name. I always heard it's Gawain from the teachers. What was an example of a text that had a false interpretation due to the narrator being unreliable? Oh, I mean, that's more like biased narrator, because the narrator is a knight. He will say things that are biased towards knights of the chivalric order. That's not necessarily being unreliable, I think. That is biased narration. Yeah, but 100% that's not a thing. Unreliable narrator isn't just a contemporary thing. I'm pretty fucking sure it existed way before. Oh, hang on. Enjoy writing yourself? Yeah, I have an English background and I do communication. I studied both, is what I'm saying. And I write for a living. I don't write novels. I'm a freaking journalist, but I really enjoy creative writing. Normally, I don't do this for visual novels. I don't like analyze absolutely everything and explain my thoughts. But it's a new style that I'm trying to see if it works or not. Viewer-wise, it does not work whatsoever. I'm doing no gimmicks. There's no entertainment besides my thoughts. So I might have to like down back on this idea in the future. But there might be some room for analysis of visual novels in the future with some gimmicks that are entertaining for the stream. I don't know. It might also be that I'm just streaming the wrong game and no one's actually interested in Chaos Child whatsoever. It could also be that I didn't market it correctly. I don't know. Well, thank you, Luna. I appreciate that. Also, the times I stream this game are like absurdly bad, so there's also that element too. There's a lot of factors that I can't isolate right now, and honestly, I kind of don't care because I just want to read this. I mean, it could also just be the game. Like, the game on Twitch is not popular, so no one pops by to see it. Whereas with, like, Death Road to Canada, there's an outside community that's interested in watching it. No, don't worry about that knock, because that knock is not like the killer's knock. But the person just tried to open the door. That's not normal. You don't knock on a door, there's no response, and then you try to open the door.
嫌だ。来るな。来るな。違う。僕は超能力者なんかじゃない。
I mean, that's
違うんだ。
that's not normal, right? That's extremely rude, I think. You don't knock on a door. If there's no response, you try to open it. That's considered rude. Especially if it's the front door to a house. What? Why didn't you lock the door, dude? I know this is Japan, but... Okay, to be fair, that's very fitting for his character. He would do that. He's a homeless man.
ケンさん。
タク、要はただいま帰ったぞ。
なんだよ、驚かさないでよ。
せっかく例のもの持ってきてやったってのに。さては女子かと思って期待しておったな。
そんなんじゃないよ。
まあまあ、お前くらいの年なら誰でもあるこった。ってわけで、ほれ。
Oh god, you gave me People's Magazine again? Thank you.
500円でいいの？
毎度あり。
少しは貯金とかしたら？
ばっかやろ。男は酔い越しの金は持たねえってな。イカタク、お前も男ならケチケチすんじゃねえぞ。
Man, People's Magazine. People's Magazine is high art. People just don't understand.
わかった。
男なら。
People's Magazine is high art. People just don't understand, man. Sword Art Online is also high art. People just don't understand. My favorite anime is let me think. Fuck, I can't think of something that's so obviously incorrect. Let's make it like as obvious as a joke.
もしもタクにそんな能力があったら、命を狙われるかもしれないってことでしょ？
Yeah, or emo, there we go.
くそ、冗談じゃない。
Nah, son. Aqua's useless objectively. However, there's a lot of interpretation in People's Magazine that people do not understand. You know, I still feel kind of bad about all the SAO bashing. Like, I still think objectively it's not strong as a literary work, and I can defend that argument, but shit, man. That thing is getting way too overly bashed to the point where it's becoming like clickbait. I know a famous fighting game player who's hugely a fan of SAO. He, I'll give you a clue. He got top 8 at Marvel, and he plays Dormammu. And no, his name is not F-Champ. If F-Champ liked SAO, I fucking, oh my god. I would never let that die. Yo, dog. Kirito's the best, dog. My Dormammu, dog. I would fucking die.
はい、終わり。ありがとう、ユイ。悪いわね。
But yeah, oh my god, the writing for that is some questions.
いいって。のの姉にはいつもいろいろ任せっきりなんだもん。私だってもう子供じゃないんだし、こういう時くらい頼ってよ。
But to be fair, some people's writing, like writing that you do appreciate, like for example, do you appreciate Type Moon? Kinoku Nasu, right? He is also really shitty when it comes to writing sex scenes. And I don't fault him as being a bad writer because of his sex scenes, because do you want to write a sex scene? I don't. But he did it because of marketing reasons and possibly selling it better. But now he doesn't have to, right? He's a big enough name where he doesn't have to write like... And so Shiro's jackhammer pounded itself furiously into the love chasm that is blank. I'm like, shit, fuck, I'm totally turned on right now. Right, we don't have that anymore. Thank God. Holy shit. And like, dear God, wasn't canon also had sex scenes in it? Like, oh God, why? I actually forgotten about that. Like, my trauma is still there. Why is that a thing? Take that away, right? So like, I wouldn't use that particular chapter in SAO as evidence of him being a bad writer. You can be a good writer and freaking suck at sex scenes, and that's okay, right? That is, I will not fault you for doing that. Can you write a script for a porno? I have zero experience in that, so the answer is probably no.
どうしたの？ののね。
Also, execution-wise, I consider myself pretty bad when it comes to writing in a novel format. But idea-wise, I think I do really well.
なんでもない。大きくなったなって。何？急に。だからなんでもないんだって。ちょっと思っただけ。
Like, one of the hardest things to do as a writer when you're first beginning is making every voice individual. So, your characters don't sound the same. Or how they talk and how they act is in line with who they are. And that's not easy to do. It's like acting. If I gave you a role, you have to be that person. And if you can't be that person, then you're missing out on elements of who that character is, right? It's also interpretation if you're an actor. So when you're writing a character, it's like you're an actor. You have to do things in line with who that character is. And once again, to test that out, one of the best ways to see if your character's voice is coming out is just erase the name of that character. So in a script, just take away the name and read the line. And if you can read that line and hear their voice, that writer is good enough to convey their individuality. So, like, if I said... I'm not going to give an example to that. You should know. Same thing in visual novels. Same thing in novels. Just, in novels, it isn't not like... And Koopa said, blank, 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 right? There is that said part. Take that away, and then see if you can hear their voice.
いいののね。また勝手に動き回って悪化させちゃダメなんだからね。ごめん。
And then there's like different grammar structures that help determine voice as well.
それにしてもタクル兄もタクル兄だよね。
There's a lot that
痛がっ
goes.
てるののねを置いてどっか行っちゃうなんて。
There's a lot that goes into creating dialogue that fits well between multiple characters and how it conveys who they are. It's just like how when you speak, you convey who you are. Nothing special at all. It's just hard to write. That's it.
口では文句ばっかり言ってても、タクル兄は本当は優しい人だって思ってたのにさ。
And God, holy shit. It's really painful sometimes to see people who are in the writing industry who don't understand that element of it. So, incorrect grammar is 100% okay in dialogue and in monologue. So if I use incorrect grammar, so for example, I have a preposition at the end of my sentence, I don't know what to hit him with, is perfectly fine in dialogue. You wouldn't do that in a formal essay. You would say, I don't know what with which to hit him, because the preposition is at the end of the sentence, but it sounds awkward. And in informal dialogue, when I'm talking to you or talking to a person on the street, it's perfectly fine to have prepositions at the end of the sentence. Freaking, I think FTR was pretty pissed off when his scriptwriter rearranged all the prepositions of his sentences to be formally correct. And the reason why is because if you do that, you're isolating the general audience that isn't familiar with that kind of grammar structure. And you don't need to. You understand what the hell I'm saying when I say I don't know what to hit him with, right? I don't have to change the structure of that. Sometimes grammar is required to get clarification. But for something like that, that's essentially considered slang now.
そう言わないであげて、ユイ。タクルはタクルなりにいろいろあるのよ、きっと。いろいろって？それは。
That's why I hate like freaking grammar Nazis with no background in literature. They don't understand. Unless it's specifically like correction on things that are for clarification. So there, they are, right? Things like that. Okay, fine. But
わからないけど、いろいろよ。いろいろ。
Structural grammar and its implications on who is speaking is an element that I think is not understood by a lot of people.
変なの?
I use your... Okay, here's a trick. If for some reason you're still having issues with understanding differences between your, you are, their, and they are, that apostrophe exists as... The apostrophe is like an ellipses. So an ellipses is ... which implies that something is not being said, right? The apostrophe is filling in for a letter. So when I say because... and then I do apostrophe cuz is because, right? It's filling in for B and E. So if you have a word with an apostrophe in front of it, it means that it's filling in for a spot, or it's showing possession. There's that aspect too. So you can always know that they are, as in THEY apostrophe RE, isn't a, it's they are because that apostrophe is there for the A. That's it. It's easy. And then there's things like, there's really common grammar things that people still get wrong. And I'm okay with that because it's confusing. English is not easy. So like, people still get this wrong. So Odysseus, right? Fucking, I can't spell his goddamn name. I think it's ODYSE. I'll look it up. The reason why I brought Odysseus' name up is because his name ends with an S. Okay, I'm gonna look up how to correctly spell this. Odyssey, ODYSSEY, Odysseus, ODYSSEUS, I think. Correct. All right. So I want you to say Odysseus' wife grammatically correctly. So here's a sentence. Write it down. Odysseus' wife cooked a fish. Something super simple. Just write that correctly in the chat.
とにかくもうしばらく安静にしておくこと。これは父さんからの命令でもあるんだから。わかった？
はいはい。
返事は1回。
はい、わかりました。
よろしい。
I'll give you like one more minute. Okay, so the only person who got it right was Mitsukai. So people get that confused, and I don't blame you. So the reason why Odysseus' wife cooks a fish, right, needs an apostrophe S is because Odysseus is a singular person. If it were shared, so for example, the Odysseus' wives. No. How about the Odysseus' car was running fine. So there's multiple Odysseus's who share one car, and it was running fine. In that case, it would be, holy shit, that's so stupid. You would first turn a noun, which is a proper noun, into ES, so Odysseus's, and then you put an apostrophe at the end. So it would be spelled really stupidly. But the reason why it would be Odysseus' wife is because it's a singular person, a proper noun. So Mitsukai got it right. Yeah, that's not like, that's something that's specific for grammar, right? And then the reason why that needs clarification is for examples that I gave you there. And then like, imagine a proper noun of a company, right? So how to make one up? How about churches? The proper noun of this company, which I'll say makes sailboats, is called churches. CHURCHES. That's the proper noun of the company. So if you want to say churches' sailboats are really good, you would do CHURCHES apostrophe S. Sailboats are really good. See? And that's confusing. I don't blame you. There are also other things that are really confusing, like how to use commas. That comes with experience and practice. It's hard for me to explain that because I'm not a teacher. And even though I'm an English major, it doesn't mean I'm well versed in grammar. It just means that I practice certain things that I focused on in my major.
Nani?
And then it changes per... It changes per medium too. So for example, in a newspaper, depending on what the newspaper uses as its grammar guidebook, you might not have that rule that I just gave you, where the apostrophe S is pivotal, because how the apostrophe S will take extra space on a newspaper, and space is really important, right? And for a magazine as well.
友達?
We're just talking about grammar, Jack Clark. And it came up because I said that one of the strongest elements of this visual novel, I think, is in its ability to convey character voice, and how you would do that through grammar. And there's a lot of things that is difficult in English, and grammar is one of them. And English is one of the hardest languages, in my opinion, to learn.
Genki?
We can do it well, but it's not easy. Like, in English, it's hard to tell the pronunciation of a word if a word is foreign. How do you even know the word is foreign? There's so many elements of different languages that are combined in English that... Okay, so how do I put this? English is a conglomeration of multiple words, multiple languages, right? Which you probably already know. But then you have words that are from a different background or structure. So like, I don't know, freaking Spanish, right? In Spanish, if I wrote down jalapeno, but you were to spell it as if it were in English, you might use an H, right? But it's actually a J, because the J in Spanish is silent, right? So Jose, J-O-S-E, that's not H-O-S-E.
元気だったらこうして寝てないから。
And then people studying English get confused all the time, and I don't blame them. It is hard.
ああ、そっか。じゃあまたにするね。冗談よ冗談。入って。
But maybe you feel that English is easy because of like a lot of information, which is true, right? English is a really common language universally, and a lot of countries, even though they don't natively speak English, teach English as something that you should learn in their schools. I know Japan teaches English as a foreign subject, foreign language subject. In my high school, Japanese is not an option. You choose Spanish, you choose French, you choose freaking Latin, but you do not choose Japanese. Yeah, so you have been encultured in an English-speaking setting, and so that's one of the easiest and most powerful ways of learning a language. You're actually within the culture.
お茶とか持ってきた方がいい？ああ、いいよ。お構いなく。ありがとう、ゆうと。うん。じゃあ。
Yeah, but I'm surprised you think English is easy to learn. I'm a freaking English major, and I think it's hard to learn. Like, consistently, I will see words as I'm reading on the screen, and I'm like, how do I pronounce this? It will always happen.
何？ゆうとくんもしっかりしてきたなーって。まだ甘えん坊だけどね。
Like, I learned English grammar better by studying freaking Spanish, which is like, what the fuck, why?
Soれで？え？ここに来た理由よ。お見舞い。怪我の具合なら電話でも話したでしょ？なのにわざわざ来るなんて。やっぱのんちゃんにはかなわないな。当たり前。で、どうしたの？ちょっとね。のんちゃんの様子がおかしいなって思って。私が？電話の声がね、元気がないなって。
Okay, so here's an example of grammar structure. So on the phone is not a complete sentence. Why? Because there's no action. So, but that's okay, because for a starter, this is informal dialogue. You can do it this way. So the person who localized this was like, okay, I'm not going to do yeah, comma, on the phone, period. He said, yeah, on the phone. You sound it down, right? And having all those periods creates this pause that when you read it mentally, there's this pause. So then if I speak like this, it gets kind of aggravating, right? Because those pauses that I'm saying right now have periods in between them. And that exists to give you a mental image of how they would sound if they spoke. So don't listen to her voice, read it on the freaking screen, right? And that's an example of how grammar can influence voice. So if you speak like that all the time in real life, people will look at you funny. But brevity is really important to conveying tone and nuance as well. If a person keeps speaking to you very quickly and doesn't have much to say, right? Then it gives an implication that the person doesn't care. So if there's a short response every single time you're asking a question, so, how are you doing today? Fine. Then that implies that you don't give a shit. There's also be other readings into it, but that's another example of grammar influencing voice.
何言ってるの？怪我してるんだから元気がないのは当たり前でしょ?
And then also, you notice that when Nono speaks, she speaks in combination of two things, which is how you know that she's really good at speaking. She knows how to balance out long lines to show care and information, and she knows how to balance them out with short lines, brevity.
それはそうなんだけど、なんて言ったらいいかな。
And then also, when people use a lot of ellipses in typing, right? It can also show... Oh god, ellipses writing is interesting. It can show nervousness. So what you're saying, ... is, question mark, shows confusion. So Versus, so what you're saying is, question mark shows more strength than that. See? Grammar is influencing how you perceive what's being said.
とにかく変だなって思ったの。だから来たの。セリカ。
Also, informal dialogue is considered more personal. I'm not sure how to explain that, but you wouldn't use informal dialogue with a superior unless the superior is really chill with you or in a business meeting. So if I speak incredibly informally, that would convey a sense of closeness that isn't appropriate for business. Does that make sense? I don't know how else to explain that. Give me a second if I have to.
のんちゃん？どうしたの？具合悪い？
ううん、そうじゃない。そうじゃないの。ただ、
I mean, it doesn't just exist in Japanese, because in Japanese there's multiple forms of blank. What the fuck is blank? It's formality and politeness. So you already know this, right? So when I say genki desu, right? Desu, D-E-S-U, which is the verb for to be, right? There are other ways to say des. I can say genki da yo, right, which is informal, or genki da yo, or etc. I wouldn't say that to a person in a meeting, or none. That's the reason why in freaking high school and college they teach you how to speak formally first. So at the very least, you can speak formally to everyone, and then you're not being impolite or implying like I'm closer to you than actually is. Because not only is that could be considered like rude in Japanese culture, it exists in English as well, where if you're with your words implying that you're way too close to a person, that can be considered very rude. I'm trying to think of an example of that. So if you walk up to a stranger and start making jokes with them, yeah, sure, comedy can breach barriers, but making certain types of jokes, that's reserved for a personal sphere within your life, right? I can make certain jokes with friends that I cannot make to a stranger. Why? I'm not talking like racist jokes or shit. I'm talking about the level of closeness with my friends. I can make a joke about freaking zombies eating Tommy, right? And that's a joke about how horror for some reason kills minorities quickly. And I actually don't know why they do that. But I make that joke to make fun of racist horror freaking movies and why do they kill minorities? I'm a freaking minority, right? And then I can make that joke with Tommy because I'm close enough with him. It wouldn't be considered rude, and he understands that I'm not trying to be like intrusive or what's the word? Overly familiar or I have ill intentions, right? It exists in other languages as well.
セリカ、言ってたわよね。例の病院の地下で、南沢千里っていうこの情報を見たって。
Okay, so Senri Minamisawa is, we found out the name of a test subject at the bottom of the hospital. We know why Serika and the main character should know that, because they both went into that hospital and saw her. We don't know why Nono knows that.
これ。
There was Nono Kurusu, Masahi Kawarahara, and one more child. Is this a picture? That's a picture. Yeah, okay. A picture she's looking to at the moment ago. Okay. So for some reason she has a picture of... Oh, she has a picture of Senri to the right, is my guess. Huh, that's interesting. And now we know. They must have been childhood friends.
それではここでもう一度こちらの歴史シールがどういうものかを見てみましょう。
Which makes that way more fucked up. So essentially they went into the hospital, they saw their childhood friend be experimented on, and they booked it.
まずこの歴史シールというものが最初に街中に貼られ始めたのは2007年頃だそうですが、果たして誰が何のために貼り始めたものなのか詳しいことは分かっていません。ただのいたずらだとも、あるいは宗教的呪術的な意味があるとも言われていますが、それも単なる噂の域を出ません。
Okay, hang on. It said that they were simply a prank, but neither of these theories are anything more than rumors. Correct. Because that comma, or that they have some kind of spiritual or religious significance, modifies the first part of that sentence, so it acts as a... that entire phrase right there acts as a... I forget the goddamn term, but it defines and clarifies the beginning, which is why that comma exists.
ただこの歴史シールが最近になって大量に貼られ始めたのには何らかのメッセージが込められているのではないかとインターネットなどでは話題になっているということですが。
Man, that sucks. If I want to be an editor, I have to go back and like remember all the terms, even though I'm so used to all this already. I just forgot the terms. That's so stupid. It's probably like subjunctive clause is my guess is what it's called.
ここで若者のサブカルチャーなどに詳しいゲストの方を。
ここも。
誰が何のためにやってるのかわからないなんて気味悪いですよね。
ここも。
この歴史シールと言われるものがデザイン的にどうであるかという点を考えてみますと。
Hang on, I'm kind of focusing what's being said here. Okay, so it finally dawned on the main character that he's going to most likely get killed. Finally. So tensions have risen.
Yada. ではもう一度実物をご覧いただきましょう。これが歴史シールと言われるものですが。
Okay, but that's the wrong sumo sticker still. So for some reason, the main character, which we believe does not have telekinesis due to several things I explained earlier, still reacts very negatively when he sees the stickers. Not just being scared, but like his fucking perception gets completely skewed. So what is his power? If it's pretty much been proven that if you are receptive to psychic abilities, that you will have a very negative reaction to those stickers. It has something to do with influence. No, not influence. It has something to do with like seeing things. It has to, I mean, it's part of the freaking game, right?
一説によりますと、これはデザイン学校の学生が自己表現のために貼り始めたという話もありますが、どんな理由であれ迷惑行為であることに変わりはありません。
あれは偽物だ。
Right. At least on the bright side now. Not that I recommend that the main character does this. You can look at a sticker now and determine whether it's real or not, depending on how sick you get afterwards. Lock your fucking door. I can't believe that he hasn't locked that door yet. That's so illogical, given the fact that he's so scared of being killed. Can he not lock the front door? Does that exist? A car where you can't lock the front door? Or maybe it's a cultural thing. I heard that in Canada, you don't lock your front doors. Is that true? Anyone Canadian? Or in Japan? Is anyone Japanese? Do you lock your front doors? Yeah, right? Why wouldn't you lock your front door? That, to me, conceptually makes no sense. There's nothing wrong with locking the front door. You deserve your own privacy. And then, like, there's the fact of your own safety being a factor, right?
いきなり何なんだよお前は。
それは私が言いたいよ。タクってば外に聞こえるくらい大きな声出して、近所のみんなびっくりしてるよ。
今のはその発声練習だ。
本当に？でもタク、顔が真っ青、ひどい汗だし。
Is that how you correctly use that sentence? Serica looked at me, worried. Serica looked at me worriedly, because looked would be modified by a ly. Well, wow. Seriously, you're an English major and you forgot what that was? Adverb would be modified by an adverb. Serica looked at me worriedly. Serica looked worriedly at me. Okay, so they disconnected the adverb, and instead of doing that, they put a comma and said worried, which modifies the previous phrase. I haven't seen that done before. Is that grammatically correct? Okay. Bob handed me a cup of noodles, comma, worried that I was hungry. Okay, so you're removing that last part, that I was hungry, so comma worried. It should work grammatically. I think that's correct. Huh. And it stands as a sentence because you have a subject and a verb. Yeah, it works. Wow, okay. That's interesting. I haven't seen that. That's not common. So again, worldly would be an adverb, and it modifies a verb. It's in the freaking name, right? But they specifically disconnected the verb and the adverb. And in English, that's called something. I forgot what that's called. It's okay to do that now. Whereas before, long ago, that's considered something you don't do. You can do it now. But instead of having that be an adverb, they commaed it and made it into an adjective, which modifies the entirety of the previous phrase. So it's like fucking math. So in hyphens, 4 plus 3, close hyphen, 3. So 4 plus 3 is 7. because it's in hyphens, like, you know what I'm talking about, right? 4 plus 3 is 7, times 3 is 21. So the 3 is comma worried, if that makes sense to you.
いいよ、自分でやるから。これ、明日洗って返すから。
I would have still localized that in the normal fashion, how you would have the adverb attached like that. But that's a stylistic decision, and I don't know why they made that decision.
気にしなくて OK だよ。タクの汗だったら汚いとか思わないし。
少しは気にしろよ。で、こんな時間に何の用だ？
ね、のんちゃんの話をね、聞いてあげてほしいの。
Shiki wasn't locking her door either. You mean you're talking about Ryogi Shiki? Is that true? I'm not sure if that's true or not, because I know the object, a key, was very important in a certain movie, which was the movie in which Tomoe existed.
クルスの今から？
And I know that she mentioned that you needed a key to get into... No. What's his name? Kokuto mentioned that you needed a key to get into Shiki's room, and he was confused by that. Okay, so you're right. She didn't lock her door. Okay.
のんちゃんはね、明日でいいって、学校が終わったら青葉寮に来てほしいって言ってるけど、でも本当はタクにすぐにでも聞いてほしいんじゃないかなって思うんだ。
そんなに大事なことなのか？
うん、私が話しちゃってもいいんだけど、のんちゃん自分でお話ししたいって。
そうか。分かった。これから青葉寮へ行ってみる。
オッケー。さすがタク、優しいね。
Fucking Serica, I love you so much. Oh god. Now I'm paying attention to grammar structure way too much.
いいからいいから、タクの汗の匂いをじっくり堪能するんだ。
What?
やめろよ。
それじゃあまた明日。
タク。
You know, I'm still really curious about gendered language. So in communication, gendered language is how different genders, so male and female as an example, are socialized to speak in a certain way, and how they approach communication in different ways.
クルスの大切な話。
And if you ever been curious about how to figure out if someone online is male or female, not that I am saying that you should be curious about that, you would look at how they speak. And generally, females will use more hedge words, will use more... I forgot what the term for this is, but the term means something that lessens the strength of a statement. So, for example, this statement is weaker than the next statement. So the first statement I'm going to say is, I think you've had too much to drink. So I think modifies you've had too much to drink. And it lessens it lessens the strength of the statement because it becomes something that the person who's speaking is perceiving. So it's not objective fact. I just think that you've had too much to drink. Versus you've had too much to drink, which is an objective statement that thing is fact, all right? And I mean, it might not be fact, but it's what I'm stating. And so females will use that more often. For males, stronger statement usage. I wonder if brevity is considered male gendered. I don't think so. What else is considered masculine for speaking? Definitely more usage of statements. I forgot what else is considered masculine. Okay, obviously less use of hedge words. Different focuses on conversation as well. Yeah, okay. So different focuses on conversation. So what the hell does that mean? It means generally males will focus on problem solving. So, for example, I'm venting to you that I'm having a tough day. Socially, males are socially conditioned to try to find the solution to why you're having a bad day. So I'm having a bad day because my coworker is talking so much shit about me right now, man. And I feel like garbage every single time my coworker says that I'm bad at Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite. What do I do? So then the socialized masculine way would be, well, why don't you just beat that person in Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite? In which case, yeah, fuck yeah. Bullshit! Let's go right now, right? But for females, socially, it would be, oh, I want to hear your thoughts about why you're feeling kind of bad about that. It's not necessarily finding a solution to it. It's letting you vent your emotions to be a more, what's the word? To be a more cathartic result. And both are very powerful and should be used in conversation. That's just an example of how different genders are socialized into handling conversations in different ways. So the combination of both allows you to be a competent speaker. So anytime, if you ever find yourself in a situation where for some reason you seem to be giving the wrong impression, look at how you use your words and then choose to use different aspects of different gendered language in your speech to give a different impression. So you'll notice that when I speak, I really do not like making strong statements because as a person, I don't feel that I am as informed as a lot of people for like common sense knowledge because I don't have that much real life experience due to how I was like brought up. But I do have strength in certain statements because I have a background in literature and writing. So I won't always say I think that this sentence here is not grammatically correct because I have a background in that. This sentence here is not grammatically correct. I can say that. But I find it really interesting. I know that communication is also not considered like a hard science. It's not, right? So it has different interpretations of what is considered true and not true. That would be, say, for example, how blank. What the fuck is blank again? It's jeez, I forgot this freaking term. I hate this so much. What's the term again? In Koe no Katachi, there's a lot of this kind of language. That language is nonverbal language. There we go. So depending on which faction you are in communication, there's different beliefs on what is determined as nonverbal language, and language being the most important aspect of nonverbal language, right? So some people will be like, your stomach growling is not nonverbal language, whereas some people will be like, nonverbal language, your stomach's growling, that's nonverbal language, right? Just depends on how you see things. It's because communication is not exactly there's a lot of social interpretations into that it's not considered like fully a hard science. So as an example, biology, the study of your freaking body, right? That is considered a hard science. There's observational information that I can see when I cut open an animal and see like this is the organs and stuff like that, right? And I can make facts and I can say, look at the chemistry of this and this and this and this. In communication, that's not exactly the same thing. In sociology, it's not exactly the same thing either. Sociology, the study of society, right? So the deeper you get into this is a hard one. I'm trying to figure out why this is the case, but I think it might be something like the more involved you get with something that's subjective, so like an art, the harder it is to create concrete facts about that subject. So, do emojis count as nonverbal language? Yes, I think that is true. I remember emojis being used as an example for nonverbal language in my class. I think. It's been a while, so I'm still trying to remember. For now, I'll say I think so. You should Google that up and see. Also, I've noticed that that's a really gendered thing too. Like, emoji usage in text is really favorable towards females. I don't know why that's the case, but anyway, the lesson to take away from this is just balance out how you speak. People got to figure out the difference between fact and personal opinion. Yeah. I'm trying to think of an example in studies in which a dominant perspective changes within the community. So here's an example. The study of culture and myths is called blank. It's not called mythology. There's a study of it. I forgot what it was called. I'm sorry. But there's this famous book called The Hero of a Thousand Faces, written by this person. I've already forgotten his name. It's like Joseph Campbell is my guess. And within the community that studies culture and myths and how it influences our history and stuff like that, right? That community believes that that book isn't entirely true, even though it's very interesting. So what is Joseph Campbell's theory? His theory is that all myths have an origin source. So here's an example. The sword in the stone, King Arthur. The sword in the tree would be, is that Siegfried? Maybe. No, maybe I think that's a Norse thing. The sword, wherever the fuck it might be, right? That comes from an origin source, and that origin source branches out and influences different cultures, so they have their own interpretations of where that freaking sword is. Okay? So that interpretation isn't considered to be really strong within the community that studies that, which for now I'll call it like cultural mythology, or whatever you want to call it. And that exists within communication as well. And that exists, I want to say, in like sociology as well. And that exists in psychology as well. Before psychology was considered, I'm not sure if psychology is still considered a hard science, but Sigmund Freud, as an example, early on, is a really influential figure in psychology. But his theories are not considered correct in modern day psychology anymore. The same damn thing exists in communication as well. And I'm trying to give you an example of that. There's something specific in communication regarding genders that is not considered true anymore. And I forgot what that was. I'm trying to remember.
やめろ、見るなよ、僕を見るな。僕は能力者なんかじゃない。お前たちに狙われることなんてないんだ。だから僕なんか狙っても意味ないんだよ。やめてくれよ。
You know, maybe it's cultural anthropologists. That might be the field of study that Joseph Campbell is part of. That makes more sense to me. cultural anthropology. Okay, so let me take a step back. So just randomly he's seeing stickers? How did he see these stickers? The walls, the fence, the streetlights, stickers were staring at me from all directions. So stickers are becoming more prominent in the areas that he walks in. Cute. You know, I just realized it'd be kind of awkward. You remember how I said that there's this section in communication that's considered not true anymore? What if it's gendered language is considered not true anymore? Oh god, that would feel really awkward that I informed you about a subject that's not true anymore. I don't think that's the case. I've seen evidence of it, like, everywhere. Oh god, I have to look that up again. Oh, I feel bad. I feel like that's not the case, though. It was something else that I studied in communication. I think it had something to do with interpersonal relations, which was a class that I took, and something about that was considered wrong. Not the class, but there was something that I studied that they brought up on purpose that they said was incorrect, at least generally now. Wow, he's been running a lot of places. Okay, so this essentially means that for him, there is no longer any safe place in Shibuya except for his own trailer. So either he somehow becomes... he either becomes desensitized to these stickers, which I imagine is a really difficult thing to do, or he stays at home, or he finds a solution that modifies his sight so when he looks at the stickers, nothing happens. Okay, and remember, these sumo stickers, besides people like just randomly putting those shitty stickers up, which are fakes, by the way, these stickers are heavily implied not to be real. So, people's concept of these stickers... People's concept of these stickers have made them real, and so they're everywhere now. Huh. I don't know how you're going to handle this anymore. Like, what is the solution to this? Especially since he's very likely to be the target of a next murder, so... besides booking it out of Shibuya, I don't know how you would stay in the city anymore. Okay, he also doesn't have a phone, which fucking blows. So, I guess if I were him, what I would do was I would look close to the ground, where I'm walking. And, I would have to figure out how to get to a friend's house, stay there, and ask him for help. Okay, but they're not doing that. They're having him wander randomly on purpose. Okay. A silhouette crouches in an alley. It was so different from the girl. Well, it's Aramura, but the person clutching their arms to their tiny body. They looked like a stray cat. It was different from the girl I was used to. Okay, so they were setting you up to say it's Aramura.
Arimura.
Miyashiro senpai.
It's not possible for him to be the one to imagine and create all the stickers, right? It should not be the case, because we saw evidence of a person in the visual novel, just a random passerby, an average person in the city, who didn't understand what the stickers were. He might have just straight up walked into Shibuya and goes like, "What the fuck are you guys talking about? Where are these stickers? They're not anywhere in the city whatsoever," right? And then within the span of 30 seconds, he was like, "Yeah, those stickers are really creepy." So imagine you were that person. You walked into Shibuya now. There are no stickers anywhere. And then someone says, "What do you mean you haven't seen the stickers?" And then the next moment you look to the left and like, "What the hell? They were there all along." That's exactly what's happening.
何してるんだよ。こんなところで。
ちょっと気分が悪くて、あれのせいで。
Couldn't that be an add-on to his uncontrollable delusions now? My argument would be no, because the source of those stickers, right? It's very unlikely that he, who had just found out about these stickers by investigating into the murder mysteries, was the source of the stickers, because he would have to specifically talk about the stickers repeatedly to convince other people to believe in the stickers, but those stickers existed before he even started that conversation. In fact, they started 6 years ago in connection to the stickers that existed freaking in Chaos Head, right? And unless you are saying that 6 years ago, when he was a kid, that he conceptualized these stickers and made other people believe in those stickers, that he was the origin of these stickers, then no, that is not possible.
Rikshi-shield.
そっか、先輩も。先輩もひどい顔してる。ダメなんでしょ、あれ。
違う、僕は。
Yeah, so Arimura is also another Esper, so I don't know how she can handle looking at the stickers. Maybe she can't. She feels sick every single time she looks at them. We know that's true. Okay, so he specifically wants to section himself off from Aramura, which is interesting. Why is it interesting? I don't know how to explain that one.
なんだか急に数が増えたと思いません？あれ。
I guess it's interesting because he can find a source of comfort by accepting that he is like her. But the problem is, by doing so, he's admitting that he can be killed, and that's causing him conflict. Okay, that makes sense, I guess. At the same time, though...
今、テレビなんかでも話題になってるから、長尺度まで寄ってたかって張りまくってるんだ、きっと。
How convenient. Okay. At the same time, though, for a person who wants to be on the right side of information, the fact that he's too frightened to admit the truth is another example of how he's a unreliable narrator, but also how fear prevents you from knowledge that can save you.
しかも偽物だけじゃなくて本物のシールまで迷惑。
まったくだ。そういう連中はすぐに飽きるとは思うけど。
I mean, sheltered? He doesn't have parents, man.
だといいんですけど。
とりあえず青葉院へ行こう。
Why is she against that?
僕やクルスが育った養護施設だ。そこなら診察室があるから具合が悪くても休める。
Well, I mean, the definition of a wrong sider is people on the wrong side of information. So I don't know examples of people on the wrong side of information, but that would be people who accept information without understanding the context of information. So, for example, I'm going to give you information, right? I'm going to say, did you know that the moon tonight was red? And if you just accept that as fact, then you're on the wrong side of information. But if you walk out and look at the moon and it's not red, or if you were looking at the moon specifically for several hours and it was never red, is there even a fucking moon out tonight? I don't even know, right? Then you're a person who looks at information and considers the context of the information, which is really important for this visual novel and actually real life right now.
はい、すみません。
立てるか？
それくらいはできます。
Okay, so this is getting scary, which is good. I like that a lot. Because we're in a position where we're having trouble finding out what's true anymore. At least that would be the case if I weren't trying to explain every fucking thing. But yeah, that's what the novel's trying to do to you.
大丈夫か？
はい。
Can they not look at the ground? Because now that there's two of them, they can kind of cover for each other. Like, seriously, just for their own mental health, don't look ahead, look at the ground.
早く青葉寮へ。
Oh my god, that sound. I heard it for a split second and I knew exactly what was going to happen. The feet dragging. Okay, so now, with the premonition that the main character is going to die, is it going to happen now? It's on the wrong day, so it shouldn't happen now, right? This wouldn't be in line with the murderer's intent. And it's very unlikely that this person is the murderer as well. It just, she was influenced by the people who are killing people.
Senpai.
Did they localize it like that? Interesting. Maybe they never used senpai in this entire visual novel. Okay, I mean, it's fine, I guess. Oh, so she was looking for him.
この女、やばい。やばい。絶対やばい。やばい。やばい。やばい。やばい。やばい。
Okay, so if I understand who she is correctly, you should probably block off your ears right now. But I don't think she's really that fast, given the fact that she's dragging her feet. So just run is all I can say. Huh, interesting.
Senpai, あの人。
We think that's a singer from the beginning of the game. And the visual novel did its very best to confuse that singer with the person who died at the streets with the guitar.
多分能力者
です。
能力者は本当にいるんだ。有村、
なんですか？
あの女の能力ってのはどんな？
Oh, right, she might know. Okay.
くそ、こんなことならちゃんと調べておくべきだった。
Yeah, but this guy's not like a hacker. How would he know this information? Like on the internet, no one's gonna say these psychic powers are specifically associated with this girl. That's not gonna be information you can find.
有村、
そんなの私にもわかりません。テレパシーなのか、プレコグニションなのか、クレアボヤンスなのか。ただあの人の能力はもっと危険な、人に害を与える力だと。
Okay, so a woman with some dangerous power is walking slowly towards me. We don't know what her power is. What's the smartest option besides run? Oh, run, right? I mean, if she wanted to use her powers, or if her powers are super long distance, she would have done it ages ago. Well, maybe it's like proximity based. Like if you move too far away from her, then it activates. Fuck, I mean, I'll take that chance. See you later.
Huh. 逃げなきゃダメだ。
Huh. Maybe that's her power, where you can't move. That's funky. That's not what I thought it would be. The wind blew? Okay, so there was talk about how there was an arson in the city, and we were confused when the hell that arson happened. Arson is burning buildings, as an example, I believe. So was she a victim of that, or did she do it? Oh. Well, there we go.
Senpai!
Damn, this is some like Nitro Blasters level of like effects on the screen. Have you ever seen like the opening to Gordon Ramsay's Hell's Kitchen? That shit, right there. Same thing. I'm serious.
Pyrokinesis って。
先輩、何ボケっとしてるんですか。
Wow. Pyrokinesis, huh? I wonder if that takes energy out of her. I mean, I would like to ask her all these questions, but she would try to kill me first, right? Have you ever considered working at freaking, God, what's a electric company? At Smog, or Smug, whatever you call it. Oh man, that's free energy. If it doesn't take any energy away from her. Okay, well, now that you know where her power is, just find the correct escape route and run. Okay, obviously easier said than done. Huh. I mean, if that's the case, if you could actually, I don't know, physically detach your brain from your body, would that not become real then?
物理現象すらねじ曲げるんだよ。ギガロマニアックスの妄想と、それによって共通認識化された現実は。
Well, I mean, it feels like she has to aim it because she hasn't burned them yet. She's missed several times.
だからこそ、それはこの上なく危険なんだ。
いや。
Ah! So maybe that's how it's gonna work now. So you know how we just got a flashback about how I'm looking for the exact line. Give me a second. It's around here. I think a little bit too far past. Look for it. Here we go. This flashback right here. All these flames, the smell of melted asphalt, it was all real. Kunosato has said that the Gigalomaniac's power came from delusions and not just any delusions. These delusions affected the brain of others, and through being shared, they became reality. And you know how I jokingly said if you like detach your brain from your body, will their power still work? As in the power that you're throwing fire. If I just like say I can't even see your damn fire, I don't even know that you're there, will the fire still work, right? So you know how in this game I can choose positive or negative. That's essentially saying that my delusions are becoming so powerful that they're affecting what I'm seeing. So this might finally be a chance where I choose that and it actually affects the outcome of whether I live or not. That's cool. I like that concept a lot. It was super confusing at the beginning of the game, but now it makes a lot of sense. Well, let's see. I want to see that actually become a game mechanic right now. Or at least in the future. Or what is that anime sword doing on the ground? So you're saying her pyrokinesis is coming from the MC? No. I'm saying that, hey, Nakata-shin, do you see the fire in my hands? No, I don't see the fire in your hands. Do you see it now? Yes, I see the fire in your hands. Here, burn alive. Right? That's what I'm saying. You have to keep saying, no, there's no fire in your hands. Okay, but the key thing is, it's going to be really hard to refute there's fire in my hands, pretending I'm a Esper in this freaking game, right? And the reason why is that if you're an Esper in this game, you're able to take the negative energy from delusions and throw it into reality. So that negative energy is existing in the air, and it will affect how you see things, in your mind specifically. Fuck am I know? All I saw was a D sword. Was it my power? Was that my hand? I can't tell. Is that my hand? Am I a chuny? Is that a very chuny hand? Huh, okay, hang on.
やったぜ。やめください。まだ死にたくない。
Interesting. All right. Okay, I hope the scene clarifies itself. Yeah, so why didn't she want to kill you at that point? Arimura, do you want to explain?
Arimura.
Also, technically, didn't you look at me funny, or you looked at something behind me funny? What was that?
先輩。
どうしたんだ、有村。もしかして、まだ何か。
そうじゃないんです。
ただ
怖くて動けない。
Oh, hey, I just noticed. You're wearing black ribbons now. It's a good look on you. Keep it.
ここですか？
Okay, we're gonna take a step back here. First, where was she looking, and why was I so confused by that? Was that my power? Let's get out of here. Blink. I turned to see what she was looking at. As the air rippled from the smoke and heated the flames, the woman slowly stood up. Okay, so the woman got knocked down, and Armin was like, fuck! She's standing up, and that's why she was staring. So I gasped at the color of her eyes. The fire that had been there a moment ago was gone. The light that burned with hatred was gone. There was only ice. Her eyes were ice, frozen, motionless, and piercing. Okay, so the exact opposite of fire. So maybe she couldn't have burned you at that point anymore. And I couldn't move. Slowly, with a steady rhythm, the woman approached us. That's interesting. Okay, well, they paraphrased it? No, they put it in the fucking middle. I forgot what the term is called. Smoke was rising off the garbage behind us. I couldn't even hear the bustle of the town. Soon they would be gone. They would all disappear inside the burning place. No. My eyes put her tears. Okay, so conceptually, he still believes he's going to get burned. Which means that, for one, if that was something that he did, he is very bad at controlling that power, which is not surprising. Ability to speak, but the woman's expression didn't change, not even a little. And as she raised her hand toward me, I closed my eyes. I was going to blink. No answer. If he said I was going to die, I think he would have actually died. I slowed up my eyes, and then the woman was gone. Was I say it? Did she just completely disappear? Like, it wasn't there. Like, didn't even exist? Or did she walk away? So why did she suddenly disappear? So she didn't walk away. She just disappeared. Okay. So here's my guess on the scene. The main character is incredibly unused to his power, whatever it may be. And he's also very delusional, as you already know, is true for this main character. If powers are... If a person's powers has to be conceptualized by themselves and by the person that they're trying to influence, then if you cut off one of those, then that power doesn't exist anymore. So what the main character did was, even though he's really weak at using his powers, something cut off that severance in between them. It's like communication. If I'm talking to you, there's a freaking channel that I'm going through, right? And if you cut off that channel, then I can't say things to you, right? If my mic died, I can't say anything to you. And so whatever I'm saying has no effect. Same damn thing with the power, I'm guessing. So something cut off that channel, and then it didn't affect him. Because either he failed to recognize that the person had powers that was going to kill him, or, I don't know, the D-sword might have, like, cut it off. I don't know. We'll figure that out pretty soon. So does he have powers? I mean, everything in the visual novel is implying that he certainly has some element of an Esper. Otherwise, why is he being so influenced by these stickers? The question is, what is his power, right? We don't fully know. I mean, if his powers is the ability to cancel out delusions with his own delusions, that makes sense, because this freaking character lives through delusions every single day. So, yeah, that fire doesn't exist, because I'm in Iceland. Wait, doesn't work. Because I'm in Greenland. And in Greenland, there are no fires, which doesn't make any sense, but okay. Yeah, zombies don't exist, because I'm in Canada. And Canada is free from zombies. How about, let me do some more stupid things. How about McDonald's is a fake company, because I live in backwoods Australia, and backwoods Australia doesn't have McDonald's, so McDonald's doesn't exist. Like, incredibly delusional aspects of reality, and you turn it into reality. The McDonald's doesn't exist. What? Right? That's his power. That would make sense to me. I mean, like, maybe it's something else. Who knows? But it would fit with how this game is showing how you play it. Like, the UI of how you control delusions is really fun. What if I said like
ほら、そこへ座って。
Man, now that I think about it, this story and what it implies is actually really fun. So if I can make any delusion real, then how about the spirit of Marvel vs. Capcom is going to revive Marvel vs. Capcom 2, and it's going to be the mainstay game at EVO. That is a delusion. Now it's reality. DLC practices will only be for $1 from now on.
その怪我の治療だけど。
Anime is real.
ご心配なく、これくらいなら自分でできますから。
Like, I would ruin society as you know it, and that's how powerful the powers are in this game.
そう。
But, you know, I can't just do that. You would have to believe me, too. So it's isolated physically, unless for some reason negative energy can go through the internet or something.
ああ、消毒液とかこれ使って。
Would a flat earther make the earth flat? Okay, so according to how this game has explained it, yes, if the negative energy... okay, so if you put everyone on Earth close together to the point where the flat earther, who is supposedly psychic, right? We're just talking hypothesis here, or a hypothetical situation. So this person who's a psychic, who's also a flat earther, is close enough to everyone in the world that their power influences their thought, then yes, the Earth will become flat. But you can't do that, so unless you, I don't know, stack them up on freaking... Unless you stack everyone together, that's not gonna happen. Can it be conveyed like TV or radio? We're not entirely sure of that yet.
宮代先輩はここでクルス先輩たちと一緒に暮らしてるんですか?
Because, again, how the game explains it is that they're taking negative energy from, we'll call it the world of delusions for now, and throwing it into the atmosphere, and then it will affect your brain if you're in the atmosphere. So I don't think it will go around the entire circumference of the globe, but that would be crazy.
暮らしてたんだよ、少し前まで。
じゃあ今は？
今は別の場所で一人で暮らしてる。
一人暮らしですか。いいですね。
まあね。有村は？
Also, I think there's too much physical evidence that already exists to make that claim not work. Because you have to convince someone that that is the case when there's too much freaking evidence that is not the case.
知りたいですか?
It would be easier to say that my cat can fly versus all cats can fly.
あ、いや、言いたくないならいいんだけど。
いいですよ、別にそれくらい。私は親戚の家で暮らしてます。実家ちょっと遠いので。
そうか。
But yeah, if you can convey it through like TV shows and radio stations, then that's a big freaking problem.
あ、言っておきますけど、別に親戚の家でいじめられてるとか、そういう昭和のドラマみたいなことはないですから。
My mom owns 2 cats, and sometimes they come over to my place, and I take care of them. But not right now. I don't have them right there.
え？
いえ、変に誤解されても嫌だなと思って。
別に誤解なんてしてない。
やっぱり思ってたんですね。
That's actually an incredibly invasive power. but it's actually a really strong one too. Imagine if you had someone who could 100% tell whether a person's lying or not at all times. Would be really useful and effective in modern day society, but fuck man, that would be scary too. What if I had her at my house right now? What would I ask her to do, just out of curiosity? Okay. I would have her walk up to the developer of Chrono Trigger and say, ask him this question. Do you actually care about the sequel to Chrono Trigger? And then she says no. And I'll be like, God. Okay, what else? How about, walk up to Miyazaki and say, do you love your son? And he will say, yes. But then she'll say, no. Bullshit! Right? Fuck!
はい、終わりました。先輩もどうぞ。
I'll also ask him if anime is real, but we all know it's real. Hey, no, how you doing? It's anime mistake. I mean, so it's not objective fact, right? If I said the sun doesn't actually emit any light, and I said it as if it were true, and she said, yeah, he's saying the truth. It doesn't mean that it's fact. It's just that whether I'm lying or not. The sun doesn't emit any light.
何か音が聞こえるから気になって。こんな時間にどうし
Capcom doesn't make any games.
有村さん
True. Like, what? What are you saying, Aramura?
違うんだ、これは。
二人とも怪我してるじゃない。
これは。
貸して。
So, like, again, like it doesn't work unless, so if you ask, does F-Champ like SAO? You have to ask him specifically, because if you asked me, and I said yes, and then she said yes, it's because I think it's true.
手当て必要なんでしょ？いいから貸しなさい。
あ。
いやいや、もう大丈夫っすよ。私はもう自分で。
そんな適当な処置じゃダメ。後になったらどうするの？
でも
は聞きません。わかったわね。
はい。
で、何があったの？
ああ、それはできるだけ驚かさないように伝えるべきなんだろうけれど。
I mean, is that the right way to go about that? Do you not tell her the truth? A person who really cares about you? I mean, you're concerned about her being, like, incredibly stressed out, and she fucking got stabbed, so yeah, there's that, so,
私たち、襲われたんです。
Oh, thanks for, making that easy, thanks.
ってストレートすぎるだろ、有村。
Yeah, exactly.
襲われた？
はい。炎を操る力を持った女に。
だから有村、余計なこと言うなよ。
こういう時は 変に隠すとかえって嘘っぽくなるんですよ、先輩。相手にも余計な心配をかけます。つーか、宮代先輩の嘘って私の能力なんかなくても分かりやすいですし。
有村さんの言う通りだわ。ちゃんと話して。
ということで、理由は僕たちにもわからないんだ。でも、あの女は間違いなく僕たちを狙ってきた。
宮代先輩。
Today is Thursday, right? Correct, today is Thursday. So I need to clean up the house. And I need to... Okay, so I can spend the rest of today going crazy on Chaos Child, but I need to clean up the house. So if I do both, we're good to go. Alright.
見えますか、それ。
これはディソード。
The thing though is that this visual novel is apparently so long that it's longer than Steins Gate. Steins Gate took me 50 to 60 hours to finish. We spent what, 4 to 5 days in this? Let's say the average is 4 hours, so that'll be 20 hours. I have, we'll say, 40-ish to 50-ish hours left of this visual novel. That's ridiculous.
なんだこれ、どういうことだ?
So I've spent the entire day, which is impossible, 24 hours reading this visual novel. I would be 48 hours? Sorry, 44 hours. Oh my god, math, please. 44 hours into it. In which case, let's say it's 70 hours. I'll say 30 hours left over. Oh my god, that's not gonna be fun.
タクル？何をしているの？
Ooh, oh boy. That would be something I'm not willing to do. But if I get through... Okay, so the problem is the assignment is due on the 14th. It is now the 9th. I have 5 days left to do the assignment. Most realistically, I'll be finishing the assignment within 2 days of its date. So I will not have the visual novel finished by then, which is fine. It's not required. Especially for this article whatsoever. It's not required whatsoever. So after I'm done with that, my next assignment is a movie review, which is fine. So up until then, I can keep reading Chaos Child for my own benefit.
剣があるんだ、ここに。
剣？やっぱり出せるようになったんですね。自分のディソード。
自分の？
はい。それが先輩のディソードですよ。
ディソード。
Sorry, your D-sword?
僕はやっぱり能力者なのか。
だからずっと言ってるじゃないですか。そうだ。
じゃあさっきの女、あれはやっぱり僕を。
だと思います。私を狙った可能性ももちろんありますけど。
Okay, so these swords might cancel each other out. I think that might be the case because your delusion versus my delusion. Electrons repelling electrons. That kind of idea.
有村さん。
なんでしょう。
あなたの知っていること、全部私に教えて。
え？どうしてですか？
誰が何のためにこんな事件を起こしているのか調べるの。
おい。お前、事件には関わるなってずっと言って。
でももう遅いんでしょ。この先もタクルや有村さんが狙われるかもしれないのよね。
What does she want me to do? I'm going to find out who's behind the murders and why they're doing this. She specifically is going to do that.
クルス。
あのね、タクル。セリカから聞いてるかもしれないけど、話しておきたいことがあるの。
ああ。
実は私、あなたに言ってないことがあって。
言ってないこと？
Okay, that's an interesting image that he brought up. Okay, so why does it matter again? So he left the clinic, which was the orphanage they're in right now, because he realized that he was different from everyone else. So even though this orphanage exists to bring people who were affected by the earthquake together, he found out, unfortunately, that he was not one of them. Why? Because his parents were murdered, not that they were killed in the earthquake. Which puts him on a different side of the dividing line. Okay, which is why he's so freaking fixated on being on the right side at all times. No, it's more like he justified him being different from others by saying, no, I'm different from you, but I'm on the right side. Okay, I get it. Alright, that's that mentality.
クルス、僕なら大丈夫だ。
So what's that saying? He's so ostracized from everyone else, and he believes that he's justified. But by doing so, he becomes delusional because he's not connected to anyone else. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Okay, so how does he save himself? The correct way to get out of the situation is not to remain alone because you would die. You need information. So to be on the right side of information requires you to be involved with everyone else. True. Okay. That means he needs to break his character flaws in order to save himself. Okay.
今の僕はあの時とは違うよ。多分。だから聞かせてくれ。
And that's logical and also emotionally motivated. Okay.
タクル。
とにかく、言ってないことってのを聞かないと、何が何だかわかんないだろ。
そうね。そうよね。ごめんなさい。今度の事件、私は無関係じゃないの。
Okay, so the gigantic ass statement. Really? You're involved in the murder cases?
この前、あなたたちが忍び込んだっていう病院ね。
AH 東京総合病院。
ええ、その病院の地下のこと、私、前から知っていた。
Let me ask you a question. How close is Tokyo to Shibuya?
は?
It must be really close, right? Because they live in Shibuya and they went to the Tokyo General Hospital, so maybe a train ride away.
昔、千里がね、
15 minutes. Wow, that's really close.
南沢千里のことよ。
Isn't Shibuya part of Tokyo? So, is Shibuya a city or Shibuya a district? That's the difference. Because, you know, like, San Francisco is not... San Francisco is a city. Sacramento is a city. They're both part of California, which is a state. And they're not the same city. Shibuya is a city. I think it's not a district in Tokyo, right?
南沢千里?
So it's a district. Okay. Okay, that makes more sense.
どうして彼女？
それはそのね。
Excuse me. Oh man.
これよ。
Those are gloomy eyes? It looks like she's embarrassed.
そうか。思い出した。南沢って名前、どこかで聞いたことがあると思ったんだ。
特に俺とあともう一人地震で死んじまったけど、南沢ってやつはいつもクルスと一緒にいた。
Okay, that's not Ito, that's Masami.
3人でよくつるんでたんだよ。
Her name was Minasawa. Ah, so that's when her name came up. She died in an earthquake, but before that, the three of us were always together. Okay.
川原くんが言ってた。南沢って子が一緒だったって。
Okay, so there's a chance that she's actually alive. We know that she's a human experiment, and we haven't actually confirmed her death.
そう。この写真を撮った頃の私たちはいつも一緒に遊んでいたのよ。千里はね、毎週日曜日にあの病院に通っていたわ。
じゃあクルスはあそこで何が行われていたのかも知ってたのか？
当時子供だった私にはどうしようもなかったの。それが悔しくて悲しくて。でも今はもう子供じゃない。逃げるわけにはいかないわ。私も事件のことを知っておかなきゃいけない。
Okay, hang on. Okay, so she actually knew that the experiments were happening. But she was just a kid. Okay.
そうじゃないと誰も守れない。
クルス。
有村さん、お願い。全部教えて。
I wonder how she knew. Did she have like a connection on the inside? I mean, I know you went and saw the human experiments, but you knew the implication she knew before that, I think. I mean, it's not entirely true. We'll see. It's not stated.
仕方ないですね。
待ってくれ、有村。
ねえ、タクル。今日あなたたちに怪我をさせたのが誰なのか、それはわからないわ。けど、また襲ってくる可能性があるんでしょ？ 何も知らないままじゃ私は何もしてあげられない。ただうろたえるだけで何もできない。だから全部聞かせて。
羨ましいですね。あ、いえ、なんでもないです。で、クルス先輩に話しちゃってもいいんですか？
ああ。でも有村、クルスを巻き込む前に一つだけ聞いてもいいか？
私にですか？
Excuse me.
僕はお前のことまだよくわからない。正直信じていいのかどうかも。
なるほど、そうでしょうね。
でもなんていうか、今は悪いやつじゃないような気がしてるんだ。だから聞いておきたいんだけど。
だから何をです？
お前は少なくとも僕らの敵じゃないんだよな。お前のせいで僕の大事な誰かが死んだりしないよな。
まあ、さっきは宮代先輩に助けてもらいましたし、恩をあだで返すってのもどうかと思うんで誓っときます。
That's not exactly a direct answer, but she won't hurt me, right?
私のことは先輩たちの味方だと思ってて問題ないですよ。
Okay, I guess that works.
そっか。
おっと、ただしベタベタ慣れ合ったりするのとか大嫌いなんで、その辺はよろしく。
Okay, what time is it? 6:29 in the morning. Oh my god. Okay, hang on. Let me grab some water and we're gonna keep going. At the very least, I want to keep going until the next chapter begins. Wow, that was a bad decision. So, I bought some snacks for the stream so I can keep reading. And I bought barbecue flavored Pringles. And honestly, this is not good compared to the other flavors. I learned my lesson, I guess. Huh. It tastes better the more you eat it. It's like listening to bad music. It sounds better the more you listen to it. How does that work?
久野里美桜の話が本当であることをまず確かめる。そうすれば令状なんていくらでも出るようになるはずだ。
Oh, are you kidding me? There was a medical association that was connected to a cult. That's all kinds of fucked up. Okay, so that's how they got their victims. Man, that's actually incredibly offensive. Doesn't even begin to describe it. That's extremely immoral. Wow. Okay. All right. He worked there? What the hell? Hang on. But suddenly, the facility was reborn as a hospital with a non-profit assisted living facility. So those bunch of frauds that were connected to the cult are now working at the general hospital. And then 60 years ago, there was a new generation madness. The victim in that case, Fumio Takashina, worked at the general hospital. Okay, well that's justified if you ask me.
一体なんだこの気味の悪い符号は。
Krimi, you still remember that? Yeah, those things taste terrible.
こういう時、先輩ならどうする?
Out of curiosity, Krimi, what are you doing awake? In fact, that question goes to everyone. What are you guys doing awake? It's so early in the morning, 6:33. We've been up for a while. Trapping for an example. Okay. Sorry, what? Oh, almost 100,000 people went missing? Is that just a general statistic or from this place? There were a lot of people involved too. The lives and dignity of the victims who've been turned into test subjects also mattered. Experimenting on humans, huh? Disgusting. Every year, almost 100,000 people went missing. Okay, it's a general statistic, not from this hospital. I'll be like, you guys have to be blind as hell to notice that 100,000 people who went to this hospital were gone. Okay, alright.
それじゃあ一ついきますか。
Hang on. Someone compiled a rumor so far. The chain is coming later this year to MVCI. Let's see. I know some of us are interested in the fighting game community. So let me go ahead and read this because I'm curious. Projectile lockdown is out. When the game detects you blocking for too long, you gain an improved push block that resets to neutral. Sonic Fox's Jetta Rocket Raccoon Blockstring Infinite is gone. It's not actually a Blockstring Infinite for starter. Gamora's crouching light kick to dagger toss to arc shot can be now push blocked. Thank God. Fuck that dumb bullshit. Okay, projectiles that pierce hypers still deal damage, but lose hit stun, so they don't stop the hyper. They'll function like that rapid fire spell in Reality Storm. Okay, so they're saying that projectiles that would normally pierce through lasers, as an example, start to deteriorate as they're going towards its source. So they'll be broken. And they don't actually hit the person. Reality Stone has increased startup, up to 22 frames. Apparently currently it's 9 frames. The fuck? I didn't know Reality Stone was 9 frames. That's why it's so stupid. And it disappears when a character that uses it gets hit. However, it has increased hit stun if it lands. Mashing Reality Stone is discouraged. Rocket Raccoon trap duration decreased. Dante's hitbox are smaller with hurtboxes fixed. Thank you. Dante can't stall Rainstorm 1 max. Dante's hammer has recovery on landing. Could you also, change ice, please? Can't switch during the first 3 seconds of the match. No round start layer X switch. Apparently pre-fight switching also has been removed. Really? Dante's jump hard kick has a sweet spot now. You have to connect with it at a certain spacing for it to have the same effect on hit than it does currently. Less hit sent outside the sweet spot. That means it has to be at a very specific spacing to get that 18 frame overhead. So thank God, because I think it's brainless as fuck. Hager's hitboxes are being fixed. I don't know what that means. Dormammu is getting nerfed. Hitboxes. HSD glitch is gone. Thank you. There will be some form of cross-up protection. Okay. That sounds like all good changes. I would also add that Dante... Okay, so they're trying... Here's the thing. They should really try to fix the Dante Ice thing, in my opinion. Because how it works right now is it's a guaranteed setup into hard-to-blockables. But they're fixing that through modifying jump hard kick. See, but it doesn't work though, because you can still do the instant air dash hard punch variation into down hard kick, into freaking hammer, into call, into low, which is still a hard to blockable. The recovery of the landing on hammer doesn't mean anything in terms of stopping the hard to blockable. They should fix ice.
確かここに地下への入り口があると。こいつか。
Excuse me. You are going into a facility that they experiment on humans, and they don't give a fuck about human lives. Alone. Do you have a gun on you?
なるほどね。こりゃ尋常じゃないな。
This just like reeks of incompetence. And not only that, it's not just human experimentation. This is people who can actually kill you. Like, they have powers to kill you. Okay, well, whatever. Go for it, I guess. Sorry, what? When he turned on the pen light, he saw that this was an old facility and the walls were falling apart. That's a different description. When the main character walked into this facility, he said the facility looked super clean and that it was still in use. Well, there we go. Interesting. Well, people have mind powers to kill? Yeah. The detective, that's the narrator right now, is entering into a underground laboratory that is beneath a general hospital. That general hospital takes victims and experiments on them. He shouldn't be doing this alone, but he believes, with good reasoning, that the police force that he's on will not believe him if he told them of this underground hospital. Part of it is because, one, the police force in this game is freaking stupid as hell. Two, there's a chance that there's a bunch of moles in the police force, so they will actually try to stop him. If he said, hey guys, I have a warrant, let's go to this hospital. He can't do that. So he's a lone ranger here, but even then, that's too dangerous. You should be bringing someone else with him. Yeah, there's a lot of elements in this visual novel, but just go with that for now.
No.
Wait, what? He's running towards them. Okay. Okay, so whereas before he was being safe, he's now running and making a lot of noise. So something obvious happened. Maybe a fire. Oh. They booked it. Huh. Huh. That means they've moved. And now we have no idea where they are. Okay, so the first thing I would ask is there absolutely no evidence that there was anyone there recently? But that shouldn't be the case, because physically, we have a person who was there. We have multiple people who were underground, so it's not a situation where we imagined it, which is part of this game, right? There's crazy amounts of delusions. It actually happened. We have someone who takes care of the patients down there, and she knows she was there. And then we were there, and then the high school detective was there, so they just booked it. They just had to have booked it.
もちろん、今日はいろいろと事件について整理したいんだ。
Yeah, exactly, because it looks old, right? So if that hospital still functions as a hospital, they can claim that, hey, this underground facility was just something that we used a long time ago, don't worry about it. Or hell, we didn't even know about it, right? So now you can't use that to expose them.
じゃ、行こうぜ。
あ、悪いけど先行っててくれ。
But yeah, that's a big problem. So now this organization that screws around with people is somewhere and we don't know where they are. And that's not going to help us solve the murders.
なんだ、用でもあんのか？
用ってか、今日掃除当番。
This was done in the span of 2 days at max, I believe.
ああ。しかしなんで生徒に掃除とかさせるんだろうな。
確かにな。そもそも生徒が学校を掃除するなんて習慣があるのは日本を含めわずかな国だけで。
ああ、ストップ。一席ぶたなくていいから。じゃ、後でな。
あ。ん？
So Takaru is the main character. We're not entirely sure what his psychic powers are yet. In a delusion of his own, he was able to lift a book. We don't think that's real. We're going to see if he can lift this piece of paper.
Yes.
Okay. Wait, no. Take a step back. We still don't know if this is real or not.
Nice.
あれ？ねえ、宮代くん。
あ、はい。なんですか？
今さ、なんか紙くずがね、勝手に。
はあ。
手も触れてないのにゴミ箱に入ったっていうか、ね
え。ええ、まさか何かの見間違いじゃないですか？
うん、そうだよね。
ゴミ捨ててきたいんですけど、いいですか？
ごめんね。
もっとだ。この能力をもっと。
Yeah, so, remember, the main character is incredibly delusional. So, I can't tell is this real still. And the game stopped holding your hand a little while ago. Whereas before, the game would be like, hey guys, this is all delusion, right? Jokes. I can't actually tell now. Oh, chapter 7. I can quit now if I wanted to. Okay, so I mean, does it make a big difference if he's able to lift things up with his mind? Not really. I mean, he has very little control of his powers, and I'm still incredibly suspicious of certain characters in this game. Okay, so we have 4 chapters left of the common route. Once we finish the game, once we finish all the chapters in the common route, I'm assuming we're gonna get a very specific end, and then we choose after that. So I'm gonna get super biased, and I'm gonna choose Serica directly after we finish the common route, and then after that I'll have the chat vote.
チャオス、いつもニコニコ笑顔が一番、有村ひなえです。これからよろしくね。
I wonder how this story is going to keep developing. So far it's gone so much more interesting. I just don't know how you make it better.
こちらこそよろしく。パチパチパチ。
Isn't Aramu the best? I mean, if you feel that way, I like Serica because she provides a lot of comfort to the main character, and I respect that as a person who understands what it's like to have a person who supports you, you know? Okay, Kazuki might not understand, but yeah, I like her. Also, she's really suspicious, but I don't care. Serica could be the killer for all I know. But I'm okay with that. Just tell me why, at least.
有村は別に新聞部に入るわけじゃなく、あくまで協力してくれるということで。
一応所属は文芸部なんで、でもまあ固いことは抜きにして、とりあえず来れるときは顔出すってことで、どうか一つ。
Well, the worst thing would be if later delusions start conforming and confirming earlier delusions. I don't know. It'll take a while.
ねえねえ、ひなちゃん、ちょっと聞いていい？いいよ。あ、でも3サイズは乙女の秘密。
I don't know why I had to look. Okay, well, thank you.
有村の3サイズは別にな。
おい、こらてめえ貴様。ひなちゃんってさ、どれが本当なの？明るかったり、真面目だったり、怖かったり。そうだな。どれだと思う？やだな。そこまで真剣に考え込まれてもな。ただね、一つ言えるとしたらさ、嘘か本当か分かっちゃうっていうのはセリが思ってる以上にずっと大変だってこと。こうやってふざけてないとやってらんないくらいにね。
What? What a line.
Ah, そうそう、そこのあなた。
I mean, I could try. Okay, so you guys have to do me a favor, okay? When I play that voice again, I need you to clip the voice for me. Because if you clip the voice for me, it makes it really easy for me to re-record it. or record it. Okay, so. Okay, there.
ねえねえ彼女、君さ1年だよね。あーごめん、できれば口に出して言ってもらえるかな。
ああ、ひなちゃん、ダメだよ。はなちゃんは喋らないから。
え、そうなの？
Does she really not? I mean, like, I understand that she doesn't talk much, but can we just, like, confirm that, please?
ふーん、それって喋れないってこと？
Okay.
いや、そういうわけじゃないはずなんだけど、とにかく喋りたがらねえんだよ。だから俺たちもまだ一回も和樹の喋ってるとこ聞いたことなかったりしてな。
へえ、そうなんだ。オッケーオッケー。和樹はなちゃんでいいんだよね。ってことははなでオッケー？じゃあはな、これからよろしく。
それじゃあ早速始めるか。
待ってくれ。その前にもう一つ言っておかなきゃいけない。実はクルスが。
遅れちゃってごめんなさい。
副部長。
もう話始まってる？
あ、いや、俺たちは別に例の事件についての話とかこれっぽっちも。
いいんだ伊藤。
あ？
クルスも一緒に事件の解明をしてくれることになった。
え、そうなのか？
ええ、みんなのお目付け役ってところね。とにかくこれまでの事件について意見を聞かせてもらうわ。少しでもおかしなところがあれば遠慮なく指摘するからそのつもりで。
じゃあ全員揃ったところでミーティングを始めようと思うんだけど、先に一つ見ておいてほしいものがあるんだ。
なんだ？
まだ尾上とクルスにしかちゃんと見せてない。成功率も 100% じゃないから失敗するかもしれないけど。問題はここからだ。いけるか？よし、来た。
There we go. Okay, so the word usage there is infect. So it's going into our heads that that thing is floating. It's not that it's actually floating. But now that we all believe it's floating, it's floating.
Huh?
It's like me doing this. This character is saying "fack," which is F-A-C-K. And then if I do that enough, you start hearing that instead of fuck. What was that? There was a psychological experiment, in which case that was a thing. What was that called again? Oh my god. But closing your eyes and disconnecting yourself from different reinforcers, so like sight, that's an example, or smell, or etc., right? Closes off information. And so you can't verify things as easily, and therefore you don't have extra like information to check things. It's like why food tasting is so difficult, and why during like Hell's Kitchen people fail that all the time even though they're cooks, is because you don't have extra information to tell you what the hell you're tasting. But yeah, what's happening here is he's throwing shit into your head and think, oh, it's floating.
Oi, Miyashiro! すげえよ!
言った通りまだ完璧じゃないんだけど。
いつの間にできるようになったんです？
尾上に協力してもらっていろいろとやってみたんだ。
When did she let you do that? I don't recall that once ever. Inoue helped me try a bunch of different things. When? Like off the screen? Off the camera? Does anyone remember that? When did Inoue help him? That's Serika. So it must have happened off screen. Really? So it won't work unless there's someone else with you. Huh, that's interesting. Okay, alright. So that was all off screen.
でも先輩、言っておきますけど、そういうのいい気になって使ったりするとろくなことになりませんからね。
Okay, I still don't trust that though. He's always using the same observer.
有村さんの言う通りよ。
Now there are different observers in here, but I'm still. Okay, here's another explanation. Serika is doing that for him.
そのくらい分かってるよ。これは僕やみんなの身を守るためにやってるんだ。
ふーん。だったらいいんですけど。
But even so, it doesn't really matter, right? He's seeing the D sword. I believe in that at the very least. But he's not competent in it. Okay. Whatever. We'll keep going. I just wish I could test things out in this game. There's so many other interesting aspects that I want to like just fiddle around with. What if I like, I don't know, I recorded Serika saying multiple lines and then I marketed her as the best VA in the world. I do that too.
だけどさ、なんでだろうね。
Why am I so suspicious of this character? It really feels like that. I don't know why. I can't be the only one who feels suspicious about her, right?
なんでだろうって。
I'm being extremely paranoid about a character I really like.
相変わらずいきなりね、セリカは。あなたの頭の中では話がつながってるのかもしれないけど。
ごめん。そのね、ほら、ひなちゃんは相手の話が嘘か本当かわかるんでしょ？で、タクは物が動かせる。人によって使える力に違いがあるのはなんでかなって。
Sorry, what was your question? I was just wondering why everybody has different powers. No, that's a fair question. I mean, if we're all just throwing shit into your head, why don't we all just have the ability to, like, do the exact same thing, but we don't, right? All it really is just saying, hey, look at this fake thing that I'm saying. Why can't I throw fire then?
つうかさ、そもそもその能力自体いつからお前らに備わってたんだろうな。生まれつきか？宮代、お前はどうなんだ？
少なくとも僕自身はここ最近まで自分にそんな能力があることを自覚してなかった。だから正直わからない。
そんじゃあ有村は？
私は多分渋谷地震の後ですかね。あれ以降急に人の言葉の嘘が分かるようになったっていうか。
ってことはあの地震に何か関係があるのか。
Oh, cool. That's a good concept. Let's go.
あと今のセリの疑問、どうして人によって能力が違うのかって話だけど。
何？
多分願望なんじゃないかなと。
願望？
そうです。私地震の時にちょっぴりそう思うことがありまして、で気づいたらこんな感じになってたっていうか。
Wow, the main kid is really boring though. If his power is just lifting things, really?
そう思うことって？
やだな。だから本当のことか知りたいって話。言わせないでよ、恥ずかしい。
いや別に照れるとこじゃねえだろ。
You know what my superpower would be? Making anime real.
そもそも本当のことが知りたいなんて一体何があったんだよ。
やだ先輩、やらしい。
At least you can say he lifts. It's true.
なんでそうなる？
そういうのは痛いけな乙女の秘密なんですよ。だから聞いちゃダメね。
Anime will never be real. But if everyone believes anime is real, anime is real.
とにかく一旦これまでのことを整理してみようか。ニュージェネの狂気の再来事件、その被害者には明らかに共通するポイントがあったよな。
っていうとあれだね。
そう、前にも推測した通り全員何らかの能力者だということだ。最初の事件、こっちみんな被害者とその特徴はそう、多分予知能力があったってことだ。
Are these all really common conceptions of what it means to be an Esper? Seeing the future is a common ability that we believe to be an Esper ability, right?
次は音のレタン。
Or is that something else?
被害者とその特徴は
Put those who heard her music into a trance. That I don't think is a common Esper ability.
トランスっていうと歌を聴いた人の気持ちがうわーって気持ちよくなることかな。
Yeah, like if I said I could fly, that would be considered a common Esper ability, right? Because I could lift things, why can't I fly?
まあそんなようなものですかね。
つまり相手の感情を歌で誘導できたってことだな。で、僕たちが目撃した回転デッド、被害者とその特徴は多分柿田って人はテレパシーを持っていたんだ。
Yeah, maybe floating is a better way of putting it. Flying is way more controlled.
ええ、その通りです。私にはそう言ってました。
そして学園祭で起きたごっつぁんです。被害者とその特徴はそう、渡部が有名になったスクープ写真は全てありえない角度や場所から撮られているものばかりだった。多分念写だったんだろう。
Okay, so that's a clarification there. Remember when I was really confused about why the sticker that he had on the sticker that he had in Arco was not the correct one? It's because the game clarifies itself. Watabi's image wasn't real, taken with psychic photography. Sticker in Watabi's article is different than the one I photographed because that. So, yeah. The game makes that jump and says the reason why the sticker isn't the same is because he took the photograph with his mind. And I was like, okay.
やっぱり私が言った通りですよ。どの能力者も願望が入ってる気しませんか？
願望か。こっちみんなの大谷はもともとニコニア動画で生放送していて、音漏れたんの高柳は新庄さんの話だと確か。
Okay, so from 4 murders, we're trying to deduce how these powers come about. And so far, I mean, it kind of makes
回
sense.
転デッドの柿田さんは僕たちじゃわからないな。有村は何か知ってるか？
His power is mind fake photography. Yeah, so think of it as literally photographic memory. He is able to take a picture of what he sees and makes that, bam, a thing. So obviously, photographic memory isn't perfect, right? You will have details that are fuzzy, and he had the wrong fuzzy details when it came to the sticker, and so there we go.
そういう話はあんまりしませんでした。けど、仕事でいつも裏切りとか騙し合いとかあったみたいで。
I guess when people say photographic memory, though, they mean that as if you took a photo of the thing that you're remembering, and therefore your memory is really good. But even then, with that level, it's still not a perfect memory.
でも、能力を持ってからはその心配もなくなったって。
Yeah, you're wondering what I'm talking
そしてごっ
about.
つぁんですの渡部か。
Interpretations of past events, according to studies, can be influenced by how you're feeling currently. So I can say that my past experience when I went to a party felt really bad because I'm feeling bad right now, and that does actually happen. Became a popular nerd. Yeah, we're done.
なるほどな。こうしてみると確かに有村の言う通りかもしれない。
つまり願望がその人の能力に影響してるっていうことね。
Okay, so ask the most important question. Why is it that you wish you could lift things? That makes zero sense to me still.
ってことは宮代のその能力も何かの願望が現れてるってことか？
手を触れずに物を動かせたらとか、そんな風に考えたことあるんですか、先輩？
Because that seems so boring.
いや、僕は。
あれじゃないタク。ほら、あの時タクって地震の後ずっと寝込んでたじゃない？
そういえばあの頃のタクルは歩くのも大変だったから。
それじゃああれが僕の能力に影響しているっていうことなのか。
Okay, that is a possible explanation.
なるほどな。願望が能力に現れる説ってのはほぼ正解と考えて良さそうだな。
No, I don't think that works still. Because the way Aramura explained it was directly after the earthquake, I wanted something, and then it manifested. The difference in time here is too big. When the... Hang on, no, that's not true. The earthquake happened, and then he wanted to move things better, correct? I don't know. It still feels very fishy here. I don't believe that explanation. Still, there's something funky about it that I don't catch. I mean, I guess the argument is like he wasn't trained enough back then, so his desire to move objects didn't manifest because he wasn't trained enough to move it. But neither was Aramura. It just came to her. She wasn't trained in it whatsoever. I was like, one day, what the fuck? I can actually read people's minds, or I can understand like truth or lie. I still don't buy it. Like, that's not a good enough explanation for why he can move things with his mind. So either that's faulty writing, or they're doing that on purpose and there's something else that's going on here.
それじゃああの女、僕たちを襲ったあの女の能力も何らかの願望ってことになるのか。
何かを燃やしたいと思ったってこと？
Are these wish stickers from people? Are you talking about the sumo stickers? So the sumo stickers are, I guess, an elaborate plan that is testing people. So, the people who are experimenting on humans, they found out that there is an image that influences the human mind that if you are an Esper, you will have a very adverse reaction. Originally, the image was an ink blot, a Rorschach image, right? The 11th image is what they call it. And they converted it into a sticker. Here's the thing. Those stickers might not even be real. Because the thing that the human experimenters are working on was turning delusions into reality. And throughout the visual novel, delusions have certainly become a very big thing. But very recently, we saw the average citizen in Shibuya go like, stickers don't exist. What are you talking about? Then someone walked up to him and said, yeah, stickers exist. Are you blind? They look and like, oh, yeah, those stickers. Huh. Right, so those stickers might not even exist, but they have a huge influence on espers.
そこまで思い詰めるほど燃やしたいものってなんだろうな。
But having... Geez, that is actually really incredibly powerful now that I think about it. Because if you were that human experimenting group, whatever the hell you want to call them, then what would you be aiming for? I guess I would be aiming for a person who could control something that I could use to benefit me. So I guess a person who can make wishes come true. That's extremely generic. How about something that's probably more controllable? I really, really, really want money. Okay, bam. This person who really, 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 really wanted money after the earthquake got money, and I'll just use you to get money repeatedly. Okay, that's an option. But how about I really want the ability to manifest material. Yeah, there's a lot of reason for why you want that experiment to go successfully, because then you could just use it for yourself.
お芋とか?
Well, I mean, if I had the power to summon roast jams, it would be useful to some degree, but it's not an incredible power.
冗談言ってる場合かよ。
いえ、先輩。セリは本気でそう思ってます。
マジか。
なんかおかしなこと言った?
You know what I really want? Sushi. I definitely 100% want sushi right now. I want to summon sushi to eat.
まあいい。あの女がどうしてパイロキネシスを持つようになったかは今は置いとこう。
I mean, worst case scenario, if I get tired of sushi, we can just use it for agriculture. Just put it on the dirt, let it rot.
もう一つ、あの女について考えたいことがある。大事なことなんだ。あいつがこれまでの猟奇殺人事件の犯人かどうかってことだ。和樹、例のものを頼む。ニュージェネの狂気の再来の話題で埋もれてしまってるけど、ここ最近渋谷で連続放火事件が起きてる。
I just realized something. Okay, so the arsonist they're talking about is the girl that looks like a scarecrow. Yeah, never mind. Forget about it. We're good to go. So it should still be the person in the second event, the scarecrow, and the arsonist, the person who summoned Sawyer.
それが起こった場所とこれまでの事件の場所を比較してみようと思うんだ。
Yeah, I mean, it's extremely dangerous to do human experimentation, wanting a person's wish to manifest, because it can completely backfire, right?
まず最初の事件、こっちみんな。現場はここ。それに連続放火事件の現場を重ねる。
わあ、すごいね。
だろ。次は第2の事件、音漏れ炭。ここに連続放火事件の現場を重ねると。
おいおい、マジか。
Okay, but they don't directly target where that person is, but there's a round where they are.
そして第3の事件、回転デッドが発生したラブホテル。このラブホテルの周りでも不審火が異常に発生してる。
When did these arsons happen? That thing I still don't understand.
確かに集中してるわね。
そうなんだ。そして第4の事件、ゴッツ・アンデスはみんなも知ってる通りこの学園で起こった。
Well, maybe that happened 6 years ago, or something. In which case, you now have the general location of where these murders will happen.
そしてそれに連続放火事件の現場を重ねてみると。
Holy shit! It's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
なんかすごいですね。
5 to 7 per location.
だろ。マップ全体を見てもらえばもっとよくわかる。
Okay. Okay, so these fires, whenever they happened, are now the new locations for where the murders are gonna happen. Okay. So this person who goes around setting fires is specifically looking for people who have powers, and she's burning things, but not getting the person specifically. Okay.
最初にこれに気づいた時は僕も驚いたよ。で、これらのデータから考えると、
ニュージェネの狂気の再来事件と不審火との間にはなんか関係があるかもしれないってことか。
ああ、この通り偶然にしてはあまりにも場所が一致しすぎてる。あの女との因果関係を疑っていいんじゃないかと思う。
I guess the question is why? Like, are they using her to try to find out? Okay, so these arsons must have happened recently. I think so. So the question simply is, why did the murderers use her to set things on fire? Maybe she's like a moth to a flame, where the flame is finding someone, and she's like setting fire to everything else, and that's like, hey, the person's here. Oh, okay.
何か異論でもあるか？
異論とまではいかないけど、ちょっといいかしら。
Yeah, the cops are really bad in this visual novel.
うん。何でも言ってくれ。
Like extra level incompetent.
ね。
There's a heavy implication the earthquake is artificial. It doesn't make sense. The earthquake hit Shibuya, no other city was affected.
再確認なんだけれど、タクルたちを襲った女の人の能力っていうのは
And it specifically happened after 6 years ago when these murders that are being reproduced were finished. So maybe all we know, maybe the earthquake was a wish from an Esper that awakened, and that person wanted Shibuya to be smashed. That could be it. Pyrokinetic, which means fire.
So, 炎を使う能力だったのよね。
あ
あ。でも これまでの殺人事件では炎なんて一回も使われていないじゃない。
At least in the past, I don't think so. I can't recall a single murder that happened 6 years ago that involved fire.
最初がこっちミンナーだっけ？次が音漏れた？そして回転デッド。この学園で起こったのはごっつぁんですね。殺人事件にこんな名前をつけるなんて不謹慎だわ。
I mean, it makes it easier to remember.
ほら見て、どれも炎なんて出てこないでしょ。
あれれ？確かにそうだね。
And also, there's no arsons around the school. Like, not directly around the school, right? So, this fire is working... This fire might be an indicator of where people of Espers are. And it just happened to be that, you know, this person who's setting up fires doesn't know that the reporter is going to be here, but I don't know. I'm just saying that's one unique circumstance where a person who was killed didn't have fire around them.
なあ、こういうのはどうだ？ハッカー女は自分の能力を試していたとか。
試す？
ああ、発火能力を身につけるまで自分で自分の能力がよく分かっていなくてさ、いろんなことを試してたんだ。それで殺害方法にいくつものパターンがあった。
なるほど。しんちゃん頭いいね。
Yeah, but I think none of us here believe that the true murderer is the pyrokinetic. I don't, at least. It doesn't make sense to me.
でもそれってちょっと無理ないですか？
そうか？
いくらなんでも強引すぎるかなって。
私もそう思うけど。
Thank God.
そうか。
あの女が犯人だとするなら、なぜ炎を使わないで殺人を行ったのか。いや、待てよ。なあ有村、ちょっと聞きたいんだけど。
何です？
お前結構久野里さんと一緒にいたよな。
好きで一緒にいたわけじゃないですけどね。
Don't have to be that way, okay.
久野里さんは能力について研究してるんだろ？何か言ってなかったか？ギガロマニアックスが持てる能力の数とか。
Oh, that's a very fair question. I mean, what if Arimura can summon sushi in the air? In which case, cool, I love her.
数ですか？
Is it one per person or multiple?
ああ、今まで気づかなかったけど、能力者は一人で一つの能力しか持つことができないとか決まってるんだろうか？
さあ、どうなんでしょう。でも確かにそんな制限、久野里さんから聞いたことはないですね。
リアルブートの理屈から考えれば、妄想さえうまくコントロールできればどんな能力だって使えると思うんだよな。
Yeah, exactly.
つまり一人で複数の能力を持つことも可能なんじゃないかってことなんだけど。
宮代たちを襲った女は単なるパイロキネシストじゃないってことか。
あくまでも可能性の一つだけど、どうだろ
う。まだ決定的とは言えないわね。
だったらさ、犯人の女には別の能力を持った仲間がいるという可能性もあるんじゃないか。
仲間？ああ、そっか。複数犯ってことだな。それとあとは最初に戻ってしまうけど、パイロキネシストは事件とは無関係で、犯人は全く別の誰かという可能性。
その場合、タクルたちが襲われた事件とこれまでの連続殺人事件は別のものだと考える。
I'm not willing to make that statement yet, no.
うん。
ねえ、とりあえずこの件は保留にしない？多分結論は出ないわ。
そうだな。とりあえず今はこのまま置いとこう。
宮代と有村は警察に話したんだよな。お前らを襲った女のこと。
はい。
警察から何か情報はないのか？
何か分かったら連絡をくれるはずなんだけど、特に何もない。女の特定に至ってないんだと思う。
You know, out of curiosity, do you think that the walking arsonist is a figment of everyone's imagination? So, like, everyone believes she's real, and so she can start walking the streets as if she were real. That shouldn't be the case, given how the story framed itself, but that would be a really cool concept. And that's extremely destructive, too, with this experimentation that's happening in Shibuya. Like, for example, what if I said Slender Man is real, and then I made you believe it, and then you made the next person believe it, then you made the next person believe it, and then suddenly the whole entire populace of Shibuya believes that Slender Man is real. You know how scary that would be?
そっか。じゃあ、女に関する推理は今のところここまでしかできないな。
If she's not real, explain the fire. Well, okay, she's a pyrokinetic for a starter, okay? So she's doing... Okay, so first, let's say she's real. She's a pyrokinetic who is throwing negative energy into the atmosphere and saying, hi, there's fire, right? If she's not real, she's a figment of your imagination that has been formed to say, I am real, therefore the delusion becomes real. So someone started that. So now the next level is someone started that delusion, which is, hi, there's a psychic with fire. Do you believe there's a psychic with fire? Yes, I believe there's a psychic with fire. Do you? Yes. Do you? Yes. Do you? Yes. If that's the case, the fire she makes is real. Do you believe that? Yes, 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 yes. And that goes on, so on and so forth.
だと思う。
I mean, that's like saying, okay, I believe that this woman is a figment of our imagination, but she's real. Okay, so let's just say that, right? But she can't cause anything to be happening. But you believe she's real, so she can do things, right? So, I don't know. Slender Man is real. Everyone believes that. Slender Man can't kidnap kids. What? It's the same thing here.
あと、もういくつか俺が気になってることを言ってもいいか？
うん、頼む。
まず一つ目な。被害者は全員能力者だよな。犯人はどうやってターゲットの能力者を見つけてるんだ？
Okay, so the key thing to realize here is that even if something was originally fake, once it enters reality and it's accepted as real, it truly does become real, right? Because they're explaining that these delusions, how they become real is it's involved with physics. So if they interact with the environment, the reason why that happens is it's specifically involved with not just your mind, but the physics of it. So, how do I explain that? I don't know how to explain that. I'm trying to figure that out. There's a discrepancy here that I don't know how to explain. Okay, something is fake. Okay, the Dragon Balls are fake. Sure. I believe the Dragon Balls are real because I've taken something that's fake, delusional, and I put it into the real world. I put it into the real world, you're next to me. And because I have the power of making something fake real, because I'm throwing shit into the air and you're believing it, right? That means you believe the Dragon Balls are real now. Okay. So, the effect of these Dragon Balls must actually exist. You believe it's real, I believe it's real. Why do these Dragon Balls actually work? It's because I've taken energy from this source outside of reality, which is negative energy. Electrons, we'll call it, right? I tossed it into the real world. These things actually have energy in them. That's how they can interact with things. So if you're able to get enough energy into those Dragon Balls, they'll actually do what you think they will do. There we go. So, this girl who's walking around town, who blows up things, you believe it's real, they believe it's real, and so on and so forth. Okay. She has fire powers. Okay, I believe it's real. The reason why her fire powers can work is because we have enough delusional energy put into that person's character where it says, bam, fire exists. Fire, like, energy, right? That exists. Fire can exist. She can exist. Both exist. It's a strange concept because other stories that handle this concept of different perception want to specifically make a distinction, right? Real and fake. If it's fake, it's not real, therefore it didn't actually exist. But in this story, it's different. If it's fake, it can be real. Once it hits real, it's a very real thing. There is no difference anymore. And that's scary as fuck, actually. And I like that a lot. Because the moment you start conceptualizing things that are fake and make them way too real, then the danger becomes out of your control. And that's where you can start getting scary with the story. And I like that a lot. Oh god, that's good for the imagination. That's fun. Oh man, well, what's next? How about zombies are real? Do you believe in zombies? Fuck yeah, I believe in zombies. Do you believe in zombies, Tommy? Yeah, I love zombies. Do you believe in zombies, chat? Fuck yeah, let's go to Canada. Zombies are real. Zombies are now eating Florida. Florida's under attack. Florida has died. Okay? Alright, Florida is dead. The rest of America is dead. Let's go to Canada. Okay, we're done.
それについても一応考えてある。犯人は能力者を特定するために多分力士シールを使ってるんじゃないかと思うんだ。
力士シールを？
正確には11番目のロールシャッハ A1 東京総合病院の地下にデータがあっただろ。あのシールを見せられた能力者は激しい反応を示すって。それは僕や有村の経験済みだ。
思い出しただけでちょっと。
Yeah, I don't know many stories that handled it this way before. And it's wow, it's a really good story for our times right now. Just the concept of how information can influence what's real or not has become a cultic tale.
大丈夫？有村さん。
And there's a lot of interesting aspects that I'm still trying to figure out, like how do folk stories become real? It's not folk stories. How do Bloody Mary, that thing, what do you call it? Not the historical event, that thing. How do you create a story like that?
はい。すみません。続けてください、宮代さん。
ああ。で、伊藤やお前は地下で見たと思うけど、街中のシールが監視されてたよな。
I find that really cool. Yeah, an urban legend. There we go. Right.
能力者の素質がある人間を集めて、地下施設で実験するために。
You know, now that I think about it, this has been talked about before, but how they're framing it sounds different. So, there's certainly been stories before where it goes like, hey, do you believe in this urban story, urban legend? Enough, it now becomes real. It's actually real. So what makes this story different? What is it doing that makes me so appreciative of it? It's fiddling with a scientific concept and trying to make it possible that it can actually influence something. Yeah, sure, okay. But there's something else. It's connecting it to relevant contemporary themes about the relevance of information and how it influences your life and how important it is to know the information in the context of how you're watching it. Sure, okay, there's that. There is the deconstruction of what is considered safe in horror stories. There's that. there is the meshing of the occult and science, which is a really strange combination. But that's not it. There is something that they're doing that I don't know how to explain, that I feel is unique to this story. I don't get it. I don't understand how to explain it. I'll just keep reading until I figure it out. Well, yeah, I think all of us have heard at least one urban legend, right?
だから犯人はあの地下施設の出身者じゃないかと思うんだ。力士シールの秘密を知っていれば能力者の特定は容易だろ。
Carl Jung's theory comes into mind here as well. I definitely recognize that name. If you told me what the name of one of his famous theories are, I could probably explain it to you. But otherwise, I am really bad with attaching names to theories. So for example, I know the famous philosopher Immanuel Kant. I forgot which theory he pioneered, but I think it's the social contract theory. And I know what the social contract theory is, right? So I can tell you what that is.
シールを見て
I probably
過剰
know
反応を起こしてる人間を探し出せばいい。
how to explain a theory that he's made. I just forgotten what he pioneered.
事実僕や有村も力士シールのせいでパニックに陥った時あの女に狙われたわけだし。
じゃあ犯人は地下施設の監視カメラを利用してるっていうのか？それは無理だろ。
それにもう廃墟みたいだったよ。シールの監視とかされてなかったし実験もやってなかったし。
Jung was not social contracts. You heard me wrong. I believe Immanuel Kant was social contract. I could be wrong about that. But the point I was making was I am bad with attaching names to the concepts that they developed. So if you told me what Jung developed, then I could probably tell you what that means. But I forgot his name and what he made. Like, for example, the famous Greek philosopher Aristotle. I know of him. I've forgotten what he taught. If you told me what he taught, I can tell you what he taught. So Aristotle wrote a lot about plays, I think. What did he say about a play? Blank. Oh, okay, I remember now. Here's what he said about plays. That's what I do in my head.
いや、あの施設にいなくてもシールの監視だけならできる。
So Immanuel Kant was social contract? Well, there we go. See.
え？
タクルの言いたいこと分かったわ。
Here, I'll just do you a favor. I'll look up Carl Jung. Carl Jung. Carl Gustav Jung was a Swiss psychiatrist and psychoanalyst who founded analytical psychology. His work has been influential not only in psychiatry, but also in anthropology, archaeology, literature, philosophy, and religious studies. Okay, that's not enough. Was a lot more modern student of Freud. Okay. Let's see. I 100% recognize his name. The question is, what did I learn in my studies of Carl Jung? Okay, Carl Jung's thought was formed by early family influences, which one of the maternal side were a blend of interest in the occult and in solid reformed academic theology. On his father's side were two important figures. His grandfather is not enough. Key concepts. The major concepts of analytical psychology as developed by Jung include archetypes. Okay, I know what that is. A concept borrowed from anthropology to denote supposedly universal and recurring mental images or themes. Jung's definition of archetypes. Okay, we know what archetypes are. Archetypal images. Supposedly universal symbols that can meditate opposites in the psyche. Often found in religious art, mythology, and fairy tales across cultures. I understand what that is. Complex. The repressed organization of images and experiences that governs perception and behavior. I don't know what that is. Extroversion and introversion. I know what that is. Shadow. The repressed, therefore unknown aspects of personality, including, I know what that is. Collective I know what that is. Anima. The contrasexual aspect of a man's psyche. His interpersonal feminine conceived both as complex and archetypal image. I don't know what that is. But anima its root word is life. Like to animate, to bring life to things. Also, Almas, I wonder if that comes back. Whatever, who gives a shit. Animus, the contrasexual aspect of women's psyche. Her interpersonal masculine conceived both as complex and archetypal image. Okay. The self, don't know. Central overarching concept governing the individual process. Okay, it's just the self. The union of male and female. Totality, unity. Jung viewed it as a psyche's central archetype. Individuation. Okay. The process of fulfillment of each individual's, which negates. Sorry, what the hell? The process of fulfillment of each individual, which negates neither the conscious or unconscious position, but does justice to them both. It's a process for an individual that it's a combination of the conscious and unconscious and tries to fulfill both. Okay. Synchronicity, an acausal principle as a basis for the apparently random simultaneous occurrence of phenomena. Nope, I got that one. Okay, so what do I understand? Archetypal images, extroversion, introversion, collective unconscious, and shadow. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I guess it's the self. 6 concepts of his major concepts, which of total are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I have 6 out of 11, so a little bit more than half. Okay, it's been a long time since I read about this guy. So the thing I'm missing is the context of the situation, which would be overall theory and why these terms are valuable to him in psychology. Okay. I want just a general idea very quickly. Jung influenced one philosophical interpretation, not the science, of quantum physics with a concept of synchronicity regarding some events as non-casual. The idea influenced the physicist Wolfgang Pauli, with whom, via a letter of correspondence, he developed the notion of I can't pronounce that, in connection with the notion of non-locality in other physicists. Okay. So this is a combination of psychology and physics. Okay, so what I would say about Carl Jung, for me personally, is that I understand concepts he's introduced into general psychology and also how it influences literature, but I would not say that I am fully informed about Carl Jung. It's been too damn long. There's definitely terms that I've had to study when I've taken psychology classes because I've done that on the side, but I don't remember enough to give a proper explanation of Carl Jung.
カメラで監視してるとかじゃなく、実際にシールの近くで見張っていて、タクルや有村さんのような反応を見せた人を狙うのね。
そう、パイロキネシストの女もシールの近くに潜んで待ってたんじゃないかな。
Wow, that's a lot.
クモの巣に獲物がかかるのを待つように。そして僕と有村が見事に引っかかった。
Okay, so what aspects of that would better inform me of this story? So where were we when we took a huge tangent with... It's not really a tangent, it's still relevant. Took a tirade with freaking Carl Jung. We're talking about what makes this story unique. And I was trying to explain how the concept of bringing something that's delusional, aka not real, into the realm of reality isn't unique. It's been done before, but for some reason how they handle it in this story feels unique. I don't understand how they explain that. Okay.
そいつはしかし気の長い話だな。
でも不可能じゃない。
けどさ。
待って、その点に関しても今議論したって結論は出ないわ。
保留ばっかりだね。いいのかな？
You know, I don't remember how many classes in psychology I took. Okay, I must have taken them because they were required, but I was also taking them because I was interested. How far did I get into that? I know I took philosophy too.
仕方ないわ。とにかく今は疑問点を出していくのが先だから。伊藤君、まだ気になることがあるのよね。
Yeah. My memory is shit. I'm bothered by that.
ああ。あと2つなんだけど。
なぜ今回の事件はかつてのニュージェネ事件と同じ日付に起きているのか。
Why on the same days as New Generation Madness? Fair question. I did a really early statement about that, and I said maybe because they want to create mass hysteria. But now that we have it tied to the fact that people are being experimented on, maybe they want to reproduce something from getting everyone scared, to believe in something.
そもそもその動機は何なのか。
That's a pretty big class, wow.
なんだかまるで騒ぎになること自体が目的みたいにも見えるわね。
I mean, I can see a huge profit in creating another gigantic earthquake. Just, you know, everyone dies. Here's the big hero, make money off it again.
そうだな。
それが犯行動機なんですかね。
私知ってるよ。愉快犯って言うんだよね、そういうの。
劇場型犯罪とも言うよな。
もしこの先もニュージェネ事件と同じ日付に犯行が行われるなら、次はノータリン事件と同じ日、10月23日ってことになるけど。
And the next murder is on the 23rd. What's the date in the game right now? I don't remember. 10/10 was it's the 12th, so we have 11 days until the next murder. I remember.
なるほど。だからか。
So if we can find out where the next murder is going to occur, we can possibly stop it. We can also find the murderer.
お前と有村さ、パイロキネシストに襲われたけど、結局女は宮代たちを殺さなかった。
ああ。
それって要するに殺す日じゃなかったってことじゃないかな。
Yeah, that was something that I was saying. It's not likely we're going to get killed today. It doesn't fit with the murderer's agenda.
殺す日じゃなかった。
それじゃあ私はそろそろ生徒会の方へ行くけど、くれぐれも私のいないところで危険なことはしちゃダメよ。約束してくれるわね。
Okay, so let's say that 100% for whatever reason, the murderer has to kill you on a specific day. If I knew that 100%, then I would be running my ass off to specifically find a murderer before that specific day. So I could be like, hey, fuck you, you can't kill me right now, I'm going to try to find you. Same thing with the arsonist. I would rush towards her right away and then try to, like, disable her fire abilities or something, and then try to find a connection immediately from her to the killers. However, given what I know, I wouldn't really risk that. So, like, let's say that's not 100%. It's just a chance. I would say don't do that because I think these murderers are able to influence your thoughts and time your death in such a way where you die later. That hasn't really been the case throughout the visual novel, though, because now that we know that this walking pyrokinetic was not the same person as the person who died in, say, the leaky voice, I still wouldn't fuck around with that, because if they wanted to kill you on a specific day, all they got to do is say, hi, how you doing? Let me just put you in chains and I'll see you on the 23rd where you're going to die. That would be more logical, right?
そんな何回も念を押さなくても分かってるよ。
本当ね。あ、そうそう。それからタクル、あなた。
Also, again, why are they killing people with powers? Does the person have an agenda? Like, I don't want people with powers to exist, I'll kill you? Or is it, I have to kill you because you have powers, because it fits this thing I need to do, which is a gigantic ritual to get people to believe X, Y, or Z? I don't know.
今夜から青葉寮に帰ってきなさい。
Oh, I mean, here we go. Sonic All-Stars Racing. No murders happen in the US, right? You believe it? I believe it. No one else believes it. Well, we got fucked. That's not gonna work.
狙われているのかもしれないんでしょ。今の場所に一人でいては危険よ。ずっととは言わないわ。しばらくで構わない。事件が解決するまでうちで暮らしなさい。
いや、でもさ。
ダメ。問答無用。もし帰ってこなかったらこっちから連れに行くからね。それじゃ。
あ、ちょっと生徒会長のくせに廊下を走っちゃダメだろ。
ん？副部長、なんだって？
いや、別に。こっちの話だよ。
しかしな、いくら考えてもわかんねえことばっかだったな。
そうですね。
なんか頭痛くなってきちゃったよ。ねえ、タク。
Okay, that's a good ending note. I understand. I'm tired too. It's 7:54 in the morning. Pretty much might as well be 8. Let's go ahead and save. And I'll see you later today with more Chaos Child. So hopefully you enjoyed the stream. There's a lot to talk about. And actually that was pretty fun. I don't know if a lot of you come in just to read the visual novel. I believe at least some of you do that. And maybe some of you come in for the discussions that happen with the stream, in which case, thank you. I'm really glad that's the case if you're here for that. But I don't know what the current balance should be between playing the visual novel and making all these discussions happen. But if you are okay with all the things that we are talking about in the chat, and you feel that's the case, let me know. I would really appreciate it, actually, because I'm still trying to find what the balance of that is. Please follow us at twitch.tv/FinestKO. We are a variety channel with fighting game roots. I am going to be streaming multiple things this month, all of which are going to be exhausting, in all honesty. If you haven't already followed our channel, I hope you do, and check out our content in the future. If you want to know when streams happen or events begin, I really, really recommend that you follow our Twitter account, which is twitter.com/FinestKO, and our Facebook account, which is facebook.com/FinestKO. Either works. You can also follow me personally, twitter.com/VasedCoopa, to say hello, have discussions like this. I'll be honest with you, I really hate having discussions on Twitter. I don't like that environment, or the writing medium is very limited. Even with 280 characters, it's frustrating to get any nuance out in that kind of conversation. But if you want to talk to me about anything serious, you can tweet to me, and I'll gladly talk to you anyway. tinyurl.com/FKOKoopa is a place you can donate if you are interested. I would always appreciate even the smallest bit of help. And if you want to join our Discord is where you could follow to know when streams happen and events begin. Same thing as our Twitter and our Facebook. But the extra layer is that if you join our Discord and you're a subscriber, you get extra benefits. I'll be doing Discord incentives. So like if you are in our Discord, you'll be seeing extra things. If you're a subscriber, you'll get extra benefits. That kind of stuff. Right now, we're still kind of waiting for games to come out before we get a little bit too crazy on our subscriber benefits. But for now, consider it like a relaxing period before we start getting into gear. Things have been kind of slow, but I'm still trying to get used to work and balancing out with streams, so hopefully you understand. And that's pretty much it for the time being. I'll see you guys in the future. Later today, more Chaos Child.